We are recording. And just a,
be careful what you say when we're not like at lunch. You feel like no one's around. Be careful what you say because it's being recorded, and those people online who get what you say, you might be talking about one of their relatives. Okay, you guys got that? All right, just a heads up. We recorded your class, didn't we? Yeah, I think I did. I got one of those up. One of your like 3 chapters. Yeah, 3 or 4 chapters. Let me take your temperature. All right, okay, you guys can go on Zoom. There's supposed to be 3 people there. Is that you? That's you? All right, thanks. And you guys, if you want to go on Zoom and you have a recording program on your computer, feel free to record it. All right, I have no problem giving that away. What I have is it's good, but it still is going to be up to you whether you want to take advantage of it or not. All right, so feel free to tape it or whatever on your stuff as well. Don't get me in trouble if I swear and stuff. I already been to teacher jail. I don't want to go back.
good morning, Tasha.
Good morning.
I was making sure that it worked. Thank you for confirming
It did.
that.
I was trying to unmute my device.
Oh, well, you got it.
Yes.
Thanks for coming.
Oh, no problem.
And don't forget, Tasha, though, when you do talk, can you see the class?
I can.
Okay, excellent. They can hear you, so they can answer you as well. And you guys can talk, and don't be surprised if somebody that's not in the class starts talking back to you. Okay, because it's you guys are going to be acted as one class. All right, and by the end of this, your interaction gets pretty good. All right, so enjoy that. Okay, it's 9 o'clock, and the class starts at 9, so you don't have to be in here as early tomorrow. We just ask you to come early on the first day just to make sure that we get you all signed in. Don't mind her.
Yeah, please. I have to be able to look at her to learn.
Okay. All right. Thank you for you guys. First of all, thank you for choosing our school. We're such a small school, and we don't have like the advertising dollars that big schools have, or schools that are being backed by big organizations. So I know we're a little bit difficult to find, and so I know you like really searched for us. So thank you so much for supporting a Mississippi business. Before we start, I want to go around the class and just, I'm so curious as to who you are, why you're here, where you're from, and stuff like that, because I love to follow you on Facebook. And what I've seen happen from people over the years that have come through this class and what happens to them in a year, 2 years, 3 years, 4 years down the road is the most incredible thing for me to experience. When you guys come out of here, when you start here knowing really nothing, and then I drive around, I see a for sale sign with your name on it, I sometimes cry. I get so proud of you. It's just amazing. And I try to remember just about every one of you, and so far I got yours, I know yours. Okay. All right, so if we can start over here. I'm gonna pick on you.
Teresa, I'm a real estate salesperson here with Clausen, and now I am. So I'm Teresa, guys. I'm a real estate agent currently here with Clausen, and now I am working on getting my broker's license.
We'll explain why she's here in the same class. You guys have microphones.
Testing.
All right, so they can hear you online, as well your table doesn't have one.
Should I just pass it down, Ms. Leslie?
Yeah, because of that, you guys are there for sure.
Good morning, I'm Bob Norton Hughes. I reside in Waveland, and I've been in the construction industry and looking to go into the sales market. Thank you and welcome.
Excellent, thank you.
Hi, I'm Ty Doss. I'm kind of new to the area. Spent the past 6.5 years in Hawaii, so just trying to get my feet wet here. My husband recently got stationed here, so
Very
it's
cool.
an area.
Yeah, welcome. All right, let's go over here. You guys got the microphone now.
Okay, can you hear me?
Yeah.
Okay, I'm Erica Young. I'm a realtor here.
I know you.
Yeah.
I saw Bernie doing it.
Oh, that's
Yeah.
Let's go over there. That's right, I want to have you on camera.
I'm getting my brokers now. So that's good.
You two, you guys know each other?
No.
Yeah. Two, three brokers, three brokers. Go ahead.
Hi, I'm Michelle Tamboli.
Oh, that didn't look
Yeah.
good.
Hi, I'm Michelle Tamboli. I'm from Ocean Springs, Mississippi. I've been a resident of this community for 20 plus years, and I've been in healthcare sales for 10 plus years.
Wow, very cool. How come I couldn't hear you?
Hi, I'm Misty Broussard. I'm a realtor, salesperson here with Clausen Realty, and I also am here to give my broker's license.
Woo-hoo.
Born and raised here.
40.
Hi,
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm Rochelle Reese. I am actually a nurse and I'm looking to go into something different.
That's awesome. You like people. That's a big deal. It's good. It's a good start.
Hi, good morning. I'm Wendy Lawley. I am or have been an ICU nurse for 20 years, and I am looking for something very different.
Something different. You are fine with it. Trust me.
Hi, my name is Michael, and I'm a new transplant from Ohio. So I'm here looking for something different.
Okay.
I'm glad to have you, Michael. Sorry, I'm not gonna.
Oh, no, that's okay.
Okay.
Hello, everyone. I'm Wendy. I am currently a flight attendant. And at the beginning of the year, I had made plans to go through the real estate course and make some changes in my life. And with COVID, all the more reason because come October, I may not have a job. So perfect timing. And it's just really, this is the next step for me.
Excellent. Thank you. One over here. Here we go. You don't have to. You got enough force in this down throat.
My name is Talisha Parkman.
You guys gotta talk to each other.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yeah.
My name is Talisha Parkman. I just went there for try something different. I'm just fascinated with it.
Very cool.
Good morning. I'm Stephanie Boje, and I am a native here from the Mississippi Gulf Coast. Lived here all my life. I've been in the hospitality industry for over 26 years, and me too as well due to COVID. Lost my regional sales position that I had over 8 hotels in the Atlanta region. And then my sister a couple years ago became her own brokerage with Exit Monarch Realty. So I'm going to go in under my sister. We're going to become the dynamic duo.
Very cool. Very cool. Use that one. I think that was working.
I'm Dana. I'm another nurse, tired of wearing a mask. I've been a nurse about 10 years, so I've always wanted to do this, and I've managed a couple of vacation rentals, so I figured now's the time to go ahead and put my feet in. Very cool. Come on, does anybody have a chair around? We have a couple here. My name's Christine Julio. So how's it good? No one wants to make money yet.
My name is Destiny Smith. I'm from Van Cleve, Mississippi. I do a little bit of everything. I sell appliances. I service appliances and AC units. I install them. Just my husband's been on me for selling houses. We do rental properties. So,
Are you going with Walter?
no, it's Martin.
Very cool.
Yeah,
Very cool. Excellent. Very good. Very good. No, okay. Over here.
Good morning, my name is Charlene Carter, and I've been in the casino business for over 20 years, and I'm one out.
Okay.
My name is Krista Jones. I'm from PPM, Mississippi. I recently just graduated from the University of
Mississippi
Oh, okay.
Business Administration, so I'm just looking to dive into something.
Very cool. Congratulations. Up to you.
My name's Noah. I'm from.
Yeah. Is it working?
I didn't know if it was working. I'm from Forest, Mississippi. I'm here to make money.
Yeah, there you go. Oh, you guys got one here? Who's first? All right.
My name is,
Can you hear me?
my name is
Oh,
Mary
keep it there.
Barbara. I've been saying my mom's been 20 years, and I'm ready to make
Yeah, there you go.
My name is Brittany Hassiday. I have been in the casino world for about 10 years. During the whole COVID thing, I realized that I want to do something that has a little more flexible hours for me and something that I can make money with the time that I spend doing it. So that's why I'm here.
Excellent.
My name is Brooke Geist, and I'm only 19. I'm recently engaged, and I'm just trying to get ready to make money before I get married.
Wow, a lot of things going on.
My name is Nicole, and I am recently back to the coast. I was born and raised here, but I've been in the oil field for about 5 years. So now that things are changing and diving in.
My name is Colleen, and I'm from Gulfport, and I'm interested in investing in real estate. So that's why I'm here for the information.
Very cool. Very cool. Thank you. That's the class we had. Somebody walk in, but I won't force them to do anything because you're just probably terrorized that I'm going to pick on you. Do you want to introduce yourself?
Sure.
So my name's Demi. Is this working?
Yes.
Okay. My name is Demi. I'm from Picayune. I'm here to make money, of course. Real estate's always been my interest, so that's what I'm here for.
Excellent. Thank you. Let's see if I can come through here for a minute. Lori, do you want to introduce yourself? And then we get Miss Tasha. No?
Lori?
Tasha, you ready?
Yeah, I'm ready. Yes. My name is Tarsha Manning. I'm from Byram, Mississippi. I'm an educator. I've been teaching for 23 and a half years. So this was my scapegoat. I told my husband I have a year and a half before retirement, and this is something that I wanted to learn how to do. And so this was a great opportunity to start.
Excellent. Thank you. Lori, you ready now?
Yeah. Hello, everybody, and welcome. I took Leslie's class in April, and I just had some personal matters that I had to take care of, so my exams got postponed. But I just wanted a little refresher course, so I'm gonna sit in this week with y'all.
Okay, thank you. Lori, I hope everything's okay there.
Everything will be. Thank you.
You're welcome. Thank you. All right, online, can you see this?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. I just want to do a little introduction into the school and why we're here and the way, explain to you the way this class is going to go. Okay, first of all, thank you for choosing our school. I know we're just, we're small, you know, and there's a lot of big people out there that you could have chosen, so that means a lot to us. We love what we do, and we hope that you love it as well. Okay. The best reasons for being here, this is what I hear the most: greater earning power. We started over here, right? Who wants to make more money? I like the woo-woo. Okay. Achieving more with less effort. Not really. How many people work for someone else right now? Are they telling you how much you're worth per hour? Do you feel like you're worth more? That's right. Excellent. Okay. And again, the third one for being here is going to be avoiding legal troubles, which was one of my reasons originally getting it, because I was a landlord in my 20s, and I didn't have a real estate license, but I owned stuff, and I had I call them LO. I know where LOL came from. Little old lady. when I was in my 20s, I had a little old lady in LOL as a tenant, my first tenant, and she terrorized me. And I did stuff that's not legal. And I didn't know why I was getting in trouble at the time. I thought it was okay to turn off the water. You can't do that. All right, so I went and got my real estate license after that. So I understand that. For anyone who has an instructor or been teaching for a long time, this course is going to be a little bit different than a traditional teacher would do, but it's also very highly successful. We're very good at what we do. Okay. So what we don't do is we're not going to bore you to death for sure. No. Okay, we will not bore you to death. Okay. But other schools, what they do is they teach you too much. Has anyone ever gone to well, another online school? That was you. Did they just give you too much information? How about anyone else? Anyone take a real estate course online or anywhere before? Okay, well, talking to instructors all over the country and having to go through my 2 licenses in California, where my main licenses, and then my 2 licenses here, I had to take classes too, so I know what they do, and I would feel your pain. This class is not structured like what people do. We are not going to load you up on too much information. It is proven that that does not work. We're going to stay right on the exam. If it's not on the exam, we're not going to cover it. I am going to ask you to give me your real estate experiences because this is an interactive class. I want to hear from you. I want to hear your comments. Adults learn from other adults. When you're younger, you can't have somebody up here and just talking to you. But when you're adults, you can't, that doesn't work. All right, so we're going to do a lot of communicating in here. All right, look at the statistics of the schools that just make you sit, be quiet, and they throw book after book after book at you. They're not good. I believe together, I can get you to the point of passing your real estate exam. We do have to create some type of a partnership because I promise you, I will give you 110% of all of my energy. I need you to promise me that you will give yourself as much energy. Do you guys promise? Okay. All right. Very good. I have to ask you to trust me because this is such an unusual or a new way of teaching. For educators, it might be a little bit difficult. Okay, so bear with me on that. The big question, if you knew what was on the exam, do you think you could pass it? Sure. Sure, isn't that what you always wanted in college? I wonder what's on the exam. Okay, but great news, they're telling us what's on the exam. Does everybody have this? It's called the PSI pamphlet. Oh, hey, you know what's on it. You're good. I don't know what is this talking. You can go get one in there. It's that thing. It's the PSI pamphlet. PSI is your testing company. Oh, hold on. Let me go get some for you. You guys need them too? All right. Who's over here? Here? Oh, I'm gonna need to get another one. All right, Glenn, I need 3 more. Here it is. If you look at the back of that pamphlet, there's an outline. There's an outline over here. That's what's on your exam, right there. That's your outline. And if you notice at the top of each category, it will say something like salesperson, 8%, broker, 10%. Brokers and salespeople need to know the same stuff. The brokers, why they're in class with you, is you guys are gonna have to identify what things are, Brokers have to know how to use it. So they're assuming they already know what they are. So even though it's the same 260 things you guys need to identify, they have to put it in practice. That's why we put you in together. Okay, so we know what's on the exam. This outline on that PSI exam, what I did was I highlighted it and then put it on a Word document and then gave you the answers to everything. And that's what that red book is. All right. All right, so we're right on the test. What they told us is on the test is what we cover. Okay, all right. Salesperson and broker, you both need to know the same 260 things, just at a different level. You're going to be taking 2 exams. When you go in to take the exam, they're going to give you the state exam first. But in here, we're going to learn it backwards. You're going to learn the national or the general part of the exam, and then we're going to take the Mississippi license law exam. To understand Mississippi, you have to understand the general terms that are practiced across the country. And then each state takes those general concepts and puts them into their own state law. But when you're taking the exam, you're going to be taking the Mississippi license law exam first. Okay, and that's going to be 40 questions. And if you look in your PSI handout, your exams are broken down. How many you have to know, how many you have to get right. 80 questions are on the national. Please read the PSI pamphlet because you're going to get 3 questions out of that. They want to see if you read it. Okay, so you're going to get 3 questions right out of there. They want to make sure you read it. The good news on the general portion of the exam is you can get 27 wrong and still pass. So please don't come in and say I missed it by 1, because no, you got 28 wrong. Okay. All right, but most people pass. What I find is the people who have real estate experience or have a really high IQ have the hardest time passing this exam, or English is not their first language. If you don't pass at that point, it's usually because you panicked and there's just really bad test takers in the world. All right, and what I want to make sure you know, though, if you need to take the test again, it's okay. Some of the best brokers in the country have taken it 4, 5, 6 times, because taking a test has a skill of itself, and doing real estate has a totally different skill. They have nothing in common. All right, they're just 2 separate skill sets. So if you pass or you don't pass, it's okay, come on back. If you need a review before you go and take the exam, please come back. It's open for you. We're not going to throw you to the wolves. All right, we give you 6 months free access online as well, if you need it. All right, most people don't, but when the 6 months is up, we're going to be sending you an automatic generated email that says your time is completed. So don't call and say, what's this for? That's what it's for. Okay. That's it. Okay, about this course, it's a 60-hour course. It's 9 days, Monday through Friday, 9 a.m. to 4:30 to 5. Chances are you'll be out earlier. We're called a flipped fluid classroom because the flipped is you guys are going to do most of the work. I'm going to tell you what's going on, and then you guys are going to discuss everything. Okay, so it's flipped, and then it's fluid because we're going to move as fast as you move. We're not meeting my deadline. We're meeting this class as a whole's deadline. And sometimes you guys are going to go real fast. Sometimes you're going to slow it down. Okay, so chances are, if you're a fast class, you're going to be out here out 2:33. If you're a slow class, you're going to be here till 5. It's up to you. All right, this is what we're going to do. We're going to put you online on Friday, and online you're going to have videos and quizzes, PowerPoints, Quizlet, crossword puzzles, games to go over. Friend me on Facebook. I love watching what happens to you guys. And I love when you come back. You guys might want to consider getting your real estate broker's license in the next, once you wait in a year, you will qualify to come back. We're the only state left that only makes you wait a year. All right, and if, for instance, my niece is a broker, she got her license here living with me. A year later, she got a broker's license and she transferred it to North Carolina. And they were forced to take her broker's license even though she didn't meet their recommendations. All right, so get it as soon as you can because they're going to try to extend that out to 3 years and some other stuff. Get it over with. Friend me on Facebook. You can connect with me there if you want to. If you have anything you want to talk about, I'm there for you. Okay, all of your questions on your exam are going to be multiple choice questions. Knowing the 260 things you need to know that they're requiring you to know to pass is the easy part of this exam. That's not difficult. It's how they ask the question that's scary, right? It's how they ask it. You know it. I could talk to you for like hours on real estate. It's how they ask it. All right, so we're going to spend a lot of time trying to figure out how they're going to be asking questions. Okay, here's a typical PSI worded question, even though it has nothing to do with real estate. This is their style. Anybody want to give me the answer? How many people know the concept of gravity? Right? All right, here are your 5 styles of multiple choice questions they're going to be giving you. And I'm going to break these down for you. The first one is superfluous. Superfluous, long questions, but they're not hard. They are designed to make you panic. Your first 5 to 7 questions when you go in to take the exam are going to be your longest questions on the exam. Brokers, your long questions come at the end when you're tired. So save your energy. Okay. But they're trying to discourage you on your first questions when you get in there. All right. So know that they're doing that on purpose. And usually if someone quits, they usually quit during those questions. All right. So don't be surprised if someone gets up and walks out because they don't know that it's going to loosen up. All right. They're long, but they're not difficult. A question will say something like, Bob and Sally are supposed to close their transaction on October 3rd. Then they'll go into like how Bob's the buyer, Sally's the seller. Bob paid $250,000. He got a loan. He put 10% down. He's at 8%. You're going to think it's a math question. And then the very last question in that whole paragraph that goes on and on and on and on, they're going to say, on what day are they supposed to close? There's a lot of information you're not going to need to know in that paragraph, but they're going to be freaking long as you can even imagine. All right, 5 to 7 of them, and then you're done with them, and then go on to the rest of the exam. Is that the same thing? Yeah, go to the bottom. Yeah, there you go. Thank you. Reading comprehension. These are going to come when you're tired at the end of the exam. Anybody want to give me the answer to this?
Come on, somebody's got to know.
What happened? He paid too much, didn't he? He's getting money back. He doesn't have to pay anymore. Can you see how if you're tired, you could read that wrong? So at the end of the exam, you're going to get some of these. You could just read them more than once. All right, see how that can be tricky? Einstein, here you go. Multi-step math. I have great news for you. They dropped the math level from 8th grade to 6th grade. You guys, you're again, with the math is not going to be hard. It's how they ask the question. And as we go through this course, I'm going to show you some of the math questions that I know you're going to see. And the first time you see them, I know first time I saw them, it was simple math, but I didn't go to the last line where it said quarterly, not monthly. See that? And quarterly answer will be there. Okay, so be careful with the math. The math itself isn't hard, it's how they ask it. Value judgment. I like to say, what would Jesus tell me to do? In this class, one of your most common value judgment questions is this. In this class, you're going to learn that, okay, discrimination is bad 100% of the time. But you're going to learn in here, if you own a 1 to 4 unit complex, from anything from a single family home up to 4 units, and you live on the property, you can discriminate because you get to choose who you live with. Okay, if you're renting a room, you get to choose. Okay, on the test, they're going to say, when is it acceptable to discriminate? And then number 3 is going to say, when you own and live on a 1 to 4 unit property. Number 4 is going to say never. Let me ask you that question. When is it acceptable to discriminate? Never. Never. Okay, so you might have value judgments, you might have, like when you live on 1 to 4 units, it's legal to, but when is it acceptable to discriminate? Never. All right, so be careful of those ones as well. Okay, then you have the best answer. This is when none of the correct answers could possibly be there. And what they're doing is they're seeing if you know what different categories in real estate are. So just for comparison purposes, we use fruits and vegetables. Okay, so you know those are clearly fruit, those are clearly vegetables. You're going to need to question something like this. What's your answer?
Pears.
Pears. Is it the real truth?
The best answer.
It's there you go, the best answer that they're going to be checking you. Do you know what the categories are? All right. You also have 3 different levels. You're going to have those question styles with different levels. Knowledge is the easiest questions to answer. And that's most of your questions are going to be in the knowledge category. Ability is where brokers' questions are going to be. And let me give you an example. We're going to use lead or lead-based paint on these 3 levels. So here's the lowest level. This is one of your questions too. Okay, so lead can cause mental retardation. Okay, or lead-based paint. Okay, here's the same concept, one of those 260 concepts you need to know, but now you're stepping it up a little bit. Okay, you guys see how all of a sudden you're kind of like doing something? Here's your toughest one. This is what the brokers are going to get on a like lead-based example. They have to know what to do, and they have to know what to like do in the future. They have to go do something, find something first, like the lead-based paint disclosure. All right, so that's how it's going to work. And before we just take a break, I want you to just really quickly, let's see if you guys can think like a testing company. Anybody who wants to pull out their calculator?
There's nothing in the hole.
That's right, none. Wouldn't be called a hole. How many people would sit there for 5 minutes and look at that? I start doing the math. Pull out your calculator. All right. If you come in here and tell me you got 20 math questions. All right. So be careful. All right. Be careful of that. How about this one?
Because it's a raw egg, it doesn't have a straw. What?
tricky, aren't they? And it's all information you know, right? It's the way they ask the questions. Who, again, calculators, anyone? Ooh. All right, I know together we can do this. Okay, why don't you guys take about 15 minutes to acclimate yourself to the classroom, the situation. We have restrooms back here, we have microwave, refrigerator, freezer, there's water in the refrigerator, there's coffee back there that you can do. So bring your lunch if you feel like it. I'll see you back in 15 minutes.
Huh? Oh, is he really?
Yeah, so I've got to get all his, because I've been homeschooling the last 2 years, so I've got to get all of his. I'm nervous about it. Like, not about him, but just getting everything.
Old habits, hard to break.
Why is it so busy right now? Busy? Yeah. What is it? I say it's because of interest.
That's the thing about people believe that the economy's coming back. That'd be great. We hope, pray about that because do I think it's going to crash? No. It will eventually.
Eventually,
Yeah.
it's going to.
It always does.
Yeah.
This will be my
It always does. Yeah. Right now it's really good. So I'm trying to get it while I can. I'm gonna get all that I can. All that I can get. Damn.
This is it goes like this, and then but it never goes as low as when, and then it goes up higher the next time, and it goes, and then it goes up higher the next time. That's
It's just
so
like
it's-
anything else. You
Yeah.
never think about it when it stops, they go up and down all the time. It's like, that's not so much money. I understand you have 5 more years. I'm like, oh. Gain all that money I lost. Let it go. Well, it'll come back up. It's already going back up.
It's fine.
What are you doing?
Selling stuff.
Lots of stuff.
Yeah. I just got this lot off the interstate. I don't think it's gonna sell, but I want it to have like something.
Yeah, your name, put your name out there.
Yeah.
Make sure it's good sign.
Yeah. Excellent. I know.
See, you like make me want to cry.
Why?
Like so many people have come through your classes.
They're crazy.
As my husband's like, oh, I take your stuff over there for good. I was like, I'm going back over there where I feel at home, you know, I don't want to just.
I can't wake up this morning.
So when we move there, I'll probably have to do something anyway, so I'll just wait until that happens.
When you transfer your brokers, how does that work?
It depends on the state you're moving to.
Okay. Can you hold a broker here and just a sales agent?
You wouldn't have to, but if you wanted to, you could.
Well, I mean, okay, so for Louisiana, how would that work?
You'd be a broker in Louisiana.
Is that simple?
Yeah. Louisiana's real easy.
Yeah.
It's easy.
Yeah.
Class or thing that you do. Okay. Or testing that you did. Oh, no, you said that.
I know. Okay, it's okay. I thought you already took it.
No, I've been, well, I decided like no one's thank you. And then I was like, I'm still like, I'm just like, I have to get away. Same, 40 hours a week now.
Are you
And
for real?
I'm literally so over it. Like 2 days off, 8 hours a day.
Why did I
Like,
have that?
no, it's just like, you know, Jess left, and then I don't know if you know, Hillary came in. It's just one of the ladies that came in to be a key owner, and she left like over the coronavirus, and then didn't come back. And then now she's back as an associate. She's like, it's so awkward. It's like,
It's the same.
yeah, I know. But she's like, I just don't have keys. I'm like, it's the same thing. Like,
Yeah,
it's
what
not
are you
closing
doing
the store. So, well, it's weird. I will say it's weird because she's working like 4-hour shifts, so we're all working like 8 hours and 5-hour shifts. Yeah, it's really awkward. That's awkward, but not the fact that she doesn't have keys.
Yeah.
Are you still at Victoria's Secret?
No.
No. Yeah. I know. This is so cool being in class together. That
Well,
was
I
so
already did
exciting.
it. Well, because I took the first class was it February? Well, then COVID happened, yeah.
Oh.
And so I did it at home on Zoom. Yeah, it was good.
I tried that. I tried Brooks, and I was like, no, I'm not an online learner. Like, it's too much to do it on here. And they're not teaching me the test stuff. They're teaching me everything.
Yeah.
So
I
I was
was
like,
on Zoom. I was
like,
cooking
no.
and cleaning.
Exactly. Exactly. And when I started going back to work for 40 hours, I was like, I can't do this.
Yeah.
Like, I'm not retaining any of it.
Yeah.
So I was like, I'm scared. I gotta take the class.
That's why I was like, well, I wasn't planning on. I was actually only going to take pictures.
So you're getting your brother's house? Yeah. I'm so scared of the test, and I'm not even a day in the
It's okay. Oh, we are getting married.
March 20th.
Next week. Are you in there?
Yes.
Where's he at?
He's working at Weaver Electric right now, off of Canal. Yeah. So I'm just trying to like get started before we get married. So
Yeah.
hopefully make money there. I have a job through an associate. Well, not a job, but I have
With,
basically
Hannah, I like her.
Yeah, so she just opened her own business, and I was talking to her, and I'm like, yeah, you can almost every year whenever you get your license. So like, it's good that I have someone to go with. So and they've been doing good. So
She's good. I like her. She's young.
she is, and she's young. So I want, yeah,
I'm like,
yeah. So I'm excited. Like I'm just ready to start and go. Me and Jacob, like, we're bougie.
I know.
Have money, so you know, like we want to have. We don't want to live in an apartment forever.
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
he has a truck now, so that's expensive. I mean, and him working with through the union, like he don't make a ton of money. He just got a raise too, but I mean, it's not enough for us to like get a house together. So yeah, so I think this is gonna be good. So
And then you
excited.
get
I thought about just staying with her like 1 day a week, like you were, because I know it's not bad. What's 1 day a week? I know.
I saw her.
Who?
Jen.
She does the same thing to me. We never got along, you know that. Every time you work together,
What about the other lady?
I have no idea what's on. She came back though. Oh, really? Yeah, she came back. She's like, what? I really have no idea. Like they ran every test she could think of, told her nothing was wrong with her. Oh, I do too. I think she has problems. Seriously, I feel so. I mean, I feel bad for her, but like.
She's in it.
Is he Jeremy? Yes, I know he is cute. He's a flirt too. He's always like, me. I'm like Jeremy. Like, but he's so sweet, you know.
Yeah.
I feel so bad for him. He's like, we all talk about her, so he's like, she's like, she's so mean to me.
She got me.
I know. He's like, she's so mean. I'm trying to be nice. I'm like, you're too nice. And like, bye.
Yeah.
So, are you still working for the same? Yeah. I know everyone's like, you need to work here and here. And I'm like, I already told Hannah, like, I'm not going to be rude because that's so rude. And I went with
It's that great opportunity to come out and go into someone else.
it's all fair. And I'm like, I'm not going to do that because even if I do work there for a few years, and I'm not mad at they just open up. So that's good.
And it's not even, the thing is, it's not about her, it's about you.
Yeah.
So it's about what you want to see.
It's that's what I'm saying.
But it's really about, I guess it's
And,
about
she was a real estate
How you are. Yeah.
2008, the market collapsed. and they put
So like, I take this class, I take my test, and
I did some work with this big fire station and stuff and
how do you
stuff.
wow. I know you
Like 6 years
have,
later, they
you
called
know,
me like,
network stuff and all
we
that.
got there late.
Then a lot
Time,
says
lost
the
that house, we
realtor
lost that
office
state,
actually
all our
gives
expenses,
listings, sometimes
lost that property.
they'll let you do calls or something like
Yeah,
that.
it's
to
usually,
And
they'll do a portion of your
now
business.
they're going
I guess really.
So if you bring your own people in,
but they
Yeah.
negotiate with
slide to it.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, he has that.
Okay, I'm gonna go before we start this.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah. I just found my parents' house. They live in Covington, so they
Ready?
want a cottage.
Yeah. Yeah.
You know?
Yeah.
So the husband was inside.
Yeah.
Just like that, I got him in.
Yeah. Yeah. Oh, you make it a lot of business.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
One of my sons is in Danville.
Yeah.
You know you're having a huge party when the cops show up. Yeah.
I want to do
Bill. Too far away, Sailor. Huh? Take it. Oh my God. That was our first light in our first brokerage.
They were like, whenever going around the room, like, I'm like, I love you, her. So it's today.
Yeah.
He told me how to drive. So very prominent guy, just a good guy. Like we used to call him thinking television lotteries and stuff like that. That's an old. I like that. You have an old soul.
Yeah. Yes. Yeah.
I mean, yeah, I like fun, but I mean, I'm comfortable.
Yeah.
Certain
Yeah.
Remind me not to turn my back to that camera. You guys can spin around if you want. That one. Yeah. I still speak. I can't get it. Right, my ex here. So what? Oh. This, you don't, do you remember your very first day? How scary it was?
Would you mind like just stand up and explaining how it gets like not scary afterwards?
You're terrified over here. What are you talking about?
Yeah. I hate you. That's why I hate you. It's just a little nervous. Yeah. I bet Misty, but.
Right. Gotta wheel that one in a little bit.
Have you spent time with her?
Welcome back. All right. I know you asked for a highlighter in your teacher. It's going to be a hard part for you. Do not or try not to open your books in here. Our PowerPoints do follow that book, but adults don't learn like you do when you're children. This is hard for instructors, I know. Okay, we're going into adult learning and it's a flipped classroom. So basically you're going to be seeing what I introduced to you. Today I'm gonna like throw so much at you. But here's the thing, we're gonna repeat it and repeat it and repeat it and repeat it and repeat it. But today is the day I call it introducing you to your ABCs. And think about it, the first time you heard your ABCs, did anybody expect you to recite them the first time I heard it? No, it's repetitive, right? That's exactly how this class is gonna be. And then at home, do your book, all right? But I am gonna say, if you feel like compelled that you have to take notes, take them, all right? But adults don't work that way traditionally. So if you still need to take notes, that's okay too, all right? It's hard for teachers, huh? How many people know anything about real estate? Let's start over here. No, you talked about you. How about here? Yeah, how about here? Yeah, over here. A little bit. All right. If you know anything about real estate, forget about it. There are some things I'm going to have to teach you wrong for you to get right. This is a typical government exam. And the people who have the easiest time passing are the people who know nothing about real estate. Congratulations. Congratulations. Okay, I asked Teresa if she could just stand up and tell you guys or warn you about what the first day is like, because I don't want you guys to panic. If you want to give them some idea, that'd be great.
Hey guys, so again, I'm Teresa. I'm a salesperson here with Boston Realty, now working on getting my broker's license. When I first started the class, because it's a foreign language, it's new. I mean, you might talk to other realtors that's been in the game, trying to get an idea, but truthfully, you don't know anything until you become more hands-on. And Leslie is so great with that. Like she was saying, just reiterating everything becomes learned, it's repetitive. And she was just an awesome instructor for me and just breaking everything down. Even before my exam, my national estate exam, she offered several review classes that is also up to you guys to take the initiative if this is what you want to do. So I think that first you need to make that decision, and it's just gonna come easy to you. She has so many notes, always available. And again, like I was doing the review class over and over and over, and I passed my exam the first try. Now, again, like she was saying, some people testing just sucks. But I made that decision. I took the initiative with the online classes, coming into so many review classes, taking the notes, and now I'm here for my brokers. So we're in a good place. It's family to me. And I think you guys have been great. So, you know, the first day, again, it's foreign language, but the book literally breaks down everything that's on the test. There's actually some questions that she'll review that was worded the same exact way on the exam. So I wouldn't say get nervous or anything at all. It just seems that way because it's like new, and that's like with anything. So give her a shot, and feel free to ask her as many questions because she does not mind at all. And welcome.
Thank you.
And good luck.
Yeah, we have another.
Okay,
Because first day they're scared, remember?
yeah, don't be afraid. I wasn't that lucky. I didn't pass the first time. I failed national twice, passed the state the first time, but then I failed the national twice, passed it the third time. And that's only because I studied.
And you kicked butt though in real estate.
Yeah, but I failed my ass off. So I'm not mad about it, but it's a great class. I think I took it almost 3 years ago. Yeah, at the other location. And Zoom is not for me online. I like being in the class because it's more hands-on. It's just, I guess it depends on your learning style. But Leslie is amazing. Like I call over the weekend, they always answer the phone. When I failed the test, I called crying. And your husband answered. He's like, okay, come up here. And he gave me some study material, and I went back and I passed it. Yeah, it's amazing. They're amazing. I wouldn't do an online class, you know, never. I mean, like the other online courses that are out there, it's not the same. This is tailored for Mississippi. This is tailored for us to pass. I mean, if you don't take in the information, you're not going to pass. If you don't study, you're probably not going to. But you can learn so much just from listening, and you start to retain it. You know, it's not difficult. It's just, I love it. I love Leslie. They're super nice.
I don't want my back to read it anyway. Okay, so I know, like, we're all like, okay, don't tell me not to worry. Don't worry. Don't worry. She will teach you everything you need to know. There's no doubt about that. I did make the mistake. I didn't say it earlier because I'm trying to be quiet, because you know me. But so I'm limited to my talk time. But before I get another. So, but I tried saving money, like when I first started. You know, honored single mother. And so I did the online, not with Leslie, of course, not on purpose. So I went and I saved half the amount of money, and that was the most boring experience of my life. Like, I can't even reiterate that. It was so boring. It was terrible, and it was just constant notes. It was all these, it was way overload of material. So I went to go, I said, there's no way. I passed all those tests online with that other course. I don't even know who they were. That's how important they were. And I said, there's no way. I've got to go. I'm going to the Real Estate Training Institute because I've heard so many great things. Came in here, I was ready to take the test in a week. Leslie's like, please finish out the 2 weeks. Thank you. My biggest fear was, what if there's not enough real estate? Oh my goodness, there's so much real estate, you know? But if you, hands down, and I even, where's Jim? I don't even hear this. If you listen to her, don't take notes because you take your pen away. She did it to me. Everything you need to know is in that book. And the test at the end, all the questions, if you can answer those, I mean, you can pass. She will make sure you pass this test if you do what they say. Leslie's portion's a lot more fun. It's not all that law stuff, to me at least. So the state part, you know, and I don't mean to speed up to next week, but it's kind of bored. You know, I like to get out. I like this part with people, but the state, I'm like, oh my God, I feel like I need to be in a law library. But
did I teach that?
No, Jim did. And nothing against Jim. I love Jim, but you know, and Jim's awesome. I actually thought I knew this national stuff. I have no problem. To me, the national was harder than the state. But Jim said, I didn't mind. I would have read this book 5 times. It was like, you have to read the book twice. I'm laying out a full day before testing, even though you're not supposed to say the day before. I scheduled my test 7 days after I took the class, and I'm reading the state book on all the laws, and I was like, surely I don't have to read this twice, right? So I called a broker friend up, and I was like, do I really have to read this twice? He's like, read it. He hung up on me. And that's what Jim said, and I passed the first time. Don't feel bad if you're in there the whole 4 hours. I am that person, you know, but you guys are going to do fine. If you're serious, which I have no doubt you are, and finally your work will pay off. The harder you work, and it's hard, the harder you work, the more return you get. But she's got us. I'm telling you, she's the most, look, I'll start crying. She's the most amazing teacher in the whole world.
And come back for your post here also.
And don't ever feel like she said as well, don't not ask. Like, I'll probably ask more questions than y'all, but just ask the question. If you need us to slow down or repeat something, then we will. Okay, she's amazing. Say something.
Thank you. Thank you.
No, they're not. You guys, I really, I thank you for mentioning how much we really do care. We do.
They do, and they love you like we're their children. You know, like she does really cry if she sees someone sign or on Facebook or something. You know,
It's terrible, but I love it. It is. It is. I came to Mississippi retired after making millions and millions and millions of dollars in California real estate. I specialized in apartment complexes. I hate people, so I couldn't sell houses. So, and I never did. I never sold a house. You guys are good at that, right? And you nurses, man, you're gonna kick it.
yeah, that was the first one way.
Yeah.
I mean, I love how I'll sell anything. I'll sell gravel to the gravel pit. I have that. But there's so many areas you'll never get bored. You'll never get bored. It's amazing.
Thank you. So anyways, I came here to retire, and then I got bored, and I was offered the school to buy, and I bought it. And I'll never forget the first student that passed after me teaching them at my dining room table. I tutored them at my dining room table. And I still have several that are still in real estate that are out there that have literally learned at my house, and I had one that ate dinner at Thanksgiving with us. And when my first student passed, that was so much more rewarding than all the millions of dollars I've ever made in my life. I couldn't believe it. And watching you guys pass is my payment. And watching you guys be successful is my payment. And I cry. You know, I get so proud of you. All right. So as I said, don't worry about asking questions. I'm here to answer them. There are no stupid questions. And I'm the queen of dumb stuff to say, so don't worry about it. Okay, I'm sure I outdone you. Okay, all right. So you guys ready? Thank you for that. Okay, our first chapter, property ownership, and we're going to move really fast because today's the day I got to get as much information in your brain as I can. All right, I don't expect you to learn anything at all. All right, don't learn anything today. All right, you're just going to sit back and hang out. What's so funny? Trust the process. Yeah, that's right. That's right. You guys, you trust the process, trust the plan. Our pass rate's so high that we can't even tell you, but I will later.
Leslie, can you hear me?
I can hear you, Lori.
I have a question about the exam, the facility. Do they allow you breaks to use the bathroom, get water, a snack, coffee?
Lori, that's a good question. Yes, they do. Okay, so you'll have time. When I went and took the exam, I took the state exam, and then I had a break between the state and the national, and that's when I got up to use the restroom, and I got some water. You too?
Yeah, they give you a break between.
Yeah.
And like Miss B had said, use all the time for the exam, and they have markup. So if there's a question, which is what I did, I stayed there till the very last minute and I marked up those questions that I was second guessing. And then I used my last hour or whatever time I had left to go back and recheck it.
And it's not that you, and I did the same thing. It's like I finished the entire test where I reread every single one slowly to make sure I didn't, I wasn't reading fast and they're asking about a whole, how much dirt, all their, like the questions kind of flipped around to where it was just how we're conditioned to read things. And but you can, go back and just read through it. It's not necessarily just make sure you just read them.
Thank you. Thank you for that. You guys just make sure you don't go back and change all your correct answers to wrong answers.
That's what I'm trying to say.
Because a lot of people do that. Okay, and that's an excellent style that works for you with the 16 different styles of learning. 16. So, you guys, I'm in and out in an hour and a half. I'm in and out, and I don't want to get 100. I just want to get, come on, 70. I'm good. It doesn't matter. A lot of people like to get that 100, which is great to have, but if I know I'm at the passing point, I'm up and out. All right. Would you like that too? Okay. Right. Okay. Here's something. Thank you so much, Misty and Teresa. Here's a trick that I do when I do take this exam. Is they're going to give you a piece of paper and a pencil, and I put a little box up in the right-hand corner of my paper. And when I'm going through the questions, if there's one that I'm 90% sure, but I'm just at 10%, I'll make a mark. And I'll keep going. Okay, I'm 80% sure on this one, but I'll make a mark. If I don't have 27 of those at the end of the test, I'm up and out. I don't even go back to see if I'm not looking for 100, I'm looking for a license.
But you don't know if you got them right.
Right. So, but do what you want to do, and somebody get 100 in here. My husband got 100 on both of them on his broker's exam. So I need somebody else to do that. We hear about it all the time, don't we? All right. So it's possible. Okay, you guys, all right, property ownership, we're going to move real fast because this is the time that you're going to learn. You're going to just be familiar with the wording. Okay, first of all, most important thing in real estate is what's the difference between real property and personal property. So we're going to contrast those two. Real property is in the black box, permanently attached to the land. Like this building is permanently attached to the land. When you own real estate, you own from the center of the earth up into infinity. Real estate or real property is things you cannot move. Right, and then I'm going to move right on to real again and personal. Real property, you're going to transfer real property with a deed. Personal property, you're going to use a bill of sale. You own from the center of the earth up into infinity. So if you own to the center of the earth, do you own any minerals that may be in the ground under your house? Unless they've been sold out from you earlier. Because they do. Sometimes they'll separate them out. So you have subsurface, surface, and air rights. Air rights is interesting. Gulfport Airport, 8 years ago, bought air rights from an entire neighborhood because they plan on expanding their runway. In case they went around to pay people money to buy their airspace. So real estate's land at, above, and below the earth's surface, anything that's permanently attached to the land, whether it's natural or man-made. 100-year orange tree, is that real? Sure, attached to the land. Okay. So it includes things that they call fructus naturales, Latin word natural fruit. Okay, natural fruit. It's trees, crops, perennial crops. Also, here's your mineral, air, and water rights. So don't forget, it's below, at surface, and above. Mineral rights. Some people have oil rights to their land. Some people have their mineral rights sold out from them. I know that when I bought properties in California, I never ever got the mineral rights because they were already bought by oil companies. Right now in South Dakota, a lot of fracking going on. These people on these farms, didn't read their paper when they transferred the property. Now there's big old gas extraction companies all over their property. Okay, so you got to check, do I get the mineral rights? So air rights, air lots, water rights. You have 3 types of water rights. We're going to start off with littoral. I take that L and think large. So littoral and large. You can write if you need to write. Navigable. Navigable. So if a big ship can get down it, it's littoral. The Mississippi River, even though it says river, it's not, it's littoral. Okay, so large, large. Lake Michigan, Mississippi River, the ocean. You're going to see either the Mississippi River or Lake Michigan. They're going to ask you if it's littoral. So yeah, littoral, the ocean. Big ships. Okay, this particular slide is up here for a reason. When you own real estate on the ocean, you own up to what's called the mean high tide mark. And I like this because you can tell that there's a low tide going on here, right? And then you have like the compressed soil from the water. Okay, so those people probably, their line is somewhere from where those sticks are to where the wet sand is. They don't own that property when it's low tide. So you're going to get a question that's going to say, what type of land right or water right do these people have when total strangers can come in front of their house at low tide and have a picnic? Sure. This is the public's land. So even though those people live and own on the water, they only own up to the mean high tide mark. So at low tide, that becomes public property. All right, so when you get that question, it's going to be littoral. The second type of water right is riparian, river or stream. If you own a house on one side and somebody owns a house on the other, on the exam, they may ask you how far into the water do you own? To the middle. It's going to be half and half. And I always take riparian. I always know it goes with river because it starts with an R, just like river. Riparian, river, stream. The third type of water right is called prior appropriation. And this is the water right you're going to find west of the Mississippi River. They may ask you that. What part of the country do you most likely find prior appropriation? West of the Mississippi River. It's in the desert areas, the hot areas. The government grants you water, and it has to be for a beneficial purpose. Okay, you'll see a lot of aqueducts like here where they're funneling water into farming areas. It's called prior appropriation because the first one there, those rights cannot be taken away by secondary appropriated properties. So it's prior appropriation. It's the first in use. Who was there first? Who needs the water? And is it for a beneficial purpose? You're going to find it out in the desert areas. They might call it the dry areas, west of the Mississippi River. It's controlled, this one here is controlled by the state. This particular water right is controlled by the state. You have to get it granted to you. And it's first in use, and it has to be for a beneficial purpose. So crops. There's 2 small farms downstream, and they just found out that there is going to be a large farm built upstream. They were afraid that the farm upstream is going to be so large, it's going to suck all the water out of the river, and there's not going to be enough water for the 2 smaller farms downstream. What can they file for? Prior appropriation. Okay, prior appropriation. Okay, let's move that on to personal property. Personal property, they also call it chattel. Chattel is the French word for cattle. Okay. Are cattle movable? Sure. Chattel, there's your chattel. They're moving. Personal property is anything in your house that if you flip your house upside down and shook it, everything that falls out is personal property. It's movable. Movable items, chair, sofa, things that you can move. What about your electric car garage door opener? Is that real or personal, you think?
Real.
Okay, you can move it. Garage door. the garage door opener? You can move it? Okay, that's a test question too. It's real. They're considering it electronically attached to your house. It's real property. Right, it's real property. Okay, but that's tricky, isn't it? Okay, that's why they asked that one. Okay, your electric, thank you for that. Your electric door opener is considered real property even though it's movable. Because it's controlling something that is attached to your house. What if you have electric fans and you have an automatic turner on or thing?
Real.
Right, wouldn't that be real? Wouldn't that stay with the house? Same with your garage door opener. So be careful of that one because that one's kind of tricky and you most likely will get that on the exam. Okay, implements are considered personal property. Implements are crops that you plant yearly, or they might use the term cultivate yearly. If you're bringing them to market, they're going to call them fructus industrialis. That means you're doing your personal property implements and you're going to be taking it to market. Okay, fructus naturalis, fruit natural fruit of the land. If you want to turn real property into personal property, you're going to take it or you're going to sever it. You're going to sever it from the real property. If you want to add something, make something personal to real, you're going to annex it. All right, this picture is up for a reason. This is a tricky question. See those vines on that house? Do you think they're coming out of the dirt? Probably. Think they've been there a long time? They're real property, right? Okay. You're going to get a question. It's going to say a woman bought this house that had ivy all on the front. It's been there for over 100 years. And the people cut it all the way around. They're going to say meticulously pruned it so that the windows are open and it was just absolutely beautiful. And the way they describe it is, this is how I imagine it. Then they're going to say, when the buyer moved into the property or went to move into the property, all the ivy was pulled off the front of the house. But this is how they're going to set this one up. They're going to say there was two planters, large planters on both sides of the door. And 100 years ago, one of the family members just threw in ivy seeds and it just naturally grew. And they meticulously trimmed it around all the windows. When the buyer went to move their stuff in, the ivy was pulled off the wall and the planters were gone. Does the seller have to bring those back or pay a penalty because of it being real property?
Bring them back.
That's right. Excellent. Good. We're off to a good start. Thank you for that. Thank you for that. It's personal property because they were coming out of the planters. If they were, that was excellent. I'm so impressed. If they were in the ground, it would have been real property. Yeah, it's in the ground. What about an above ground swimming pool? Personal property. They're going to give you an example of a pool, and they're even going to give the amount of gallons in it. And you're going to think it's another math question. All right, they're going to give you the diameter, the gallons, and all sorts of stuff. But then they're just going to ask you, is it real or personal? Personal. What about if it has a deck around it? Now what's going on here? What's real? What's personal? The deck is built in the ground, but the pool is still above ground. The deck is real property. The pool is personal property. All right, see how you can get tricky on that? They're real property and personal property. Okay, trade fixtures as opposed to fixtures. Trade fixtures are personal property. It's a commercial tenant's personal property. For instance, that TV, that TV, that TV, they're attached to the landlord's property, but they're personal property of the tenant. So even though we can't move it, it's considered the tenant's personal property. When Jim and I or all of us decide we want to leave here, we're going to pull it down, fix the wall, and take it with you. They may ask, what about if you were renting a office space and the air conditioning broke. And so you went out as the tenant and bought a new one and installed it. When you move out, can you take that air conditioning with you? Yes, it's private property. Okay, it's private property. That's one of the biggest, air conditioners is one of the things that end up in court the most. Wouldn't they have to have permission first to do it, to do what? Thank you for that, Jim. The renters, would the commercial renter need permission to install a new air conditioner? Is that what you're asking? Excellent question. That would be something that would be answered by the lease. What was written in the lease. It's residential property? Okay. Okay. Okay, so. That's right, excellent. Okay, so it's in the lease, so you're gonna see stuff in the lease. There's gonna be a lot of questions in here. Thank you for that question, thank you for that answer. There's gonna be a lot of questions in here that I may know the answer to, or I may not know the answer to. And I'm not gonna answer it though, because if I answer it and then you follow what I say and you do something wrong and get in trouble, I don't want that liability in my hand. So I'm gonna introduce you to the liability ball. Okay, I decided to eventually put balls on all your tables because I always hear, God, I wish I had that ball. I wanted to pump that guy at my table. All right, so now you have balls you can throw at each other. All right, another note as well, who has a bell or a horn? Do you need to get our attention? It's just whatever. You have a horn, you have a bell, you have a bell. In this liability ball, there are going to be a few questions on the exam, probably about 7 of them, that I want you to think of the liability ball. The most common one is going to say something like this. Okay, you're going to learn about radon, which is an odorless, colorless gas that comes through the basement. It causes lung cancer. And they're going to say, you're walking a potential buyer through a property, and the potential buyer turned and looked at you and said, is there radon on the property? Then they're going to say, what should you tell them? Throw this ball somewhere else. You can have a radon test. Why don't you hire a professional? Right? So whenever you get those questions, what should you do? First of all, thank you for remembering that. One of the first things you need to do is say, can I throw this ball at somebody else? Right? Is this a high crime neighborhood? Well, we go down and check it. Right? Or the most dangerous question in real estate, and I'm sure you guys hear it all the time. Is this a nice neighborhood? You get that? Isn't that dangerous? How do you handle it? I just, you don't have to answer, but I'm curious. You don't answer it?
I tell them check police report or like.
Your opinion doesn't matter. Okay, because I can tell you, your bad neighborhood, or most of your bad neighborhoods are my dream neighborhoods. Okay, I'm an inner city apartment complex broker. So, I mean, if it doesn't have graffiti, my clients won't look at it. All right, that's a type. Those are like my good neighborhoods. All right, so remember the ball. What should you tell them to do? What should you do? Can I throw that ball at someone else? All right. Does it have mold in the ductwork? What are you going to tell them? Does it have mold in the ductwork? Hire it out. You might want to have it checked. That's right. Never have this ball in your hand before you close a deal or when you close a deal. Even if you know the answer, you're not going to say it because you're liable for it. Is there lead-based paint on this property? Probably not. And then there is. What happens? You get sued, right? All right, so keep that liability ball out of your hand. Okay, trade fixtures, personal property, set TV. Trade fixtures are a commercial tenant's personal property that's been attached to the landlord's property, as opposed to a regular fixture that doesn't say trade on it. A fixture would be you putting a door on in your house somewhere. That door is going to be a fixture. But a trade fixture is going to be a commercial tenant's personal property that's been attached to the landlord's real property. When we move, we're going to take that TV down, patch the wall, and bring it with us. If we decide not to take these TVs with you and just move out, the landlord takes possession of those trade fixtures, and now it becomes a part of his real property. The way they do that is called through ascension. Ascension. They're going to ask you on the test, what's the most trade fixture business you can have? And they're going to say a bookstore where you have shelves attached to the wall on the perimeter, and then you have some freestanding bookshelves making aisles, or a beauty salon where the sinks for washing hair are plugged into the wall, into the water department. Then they're going to give you another one, and then the last one's going to be a bowling alley. What do you think is the most trade fixture business? The bowling alley. Okay, because think about it, if you're going to have a trade fixture bowling alley, you're going to go out and rent a warehouse, right? You have to put every strip of wood in. All right, so if you get that question, you know what to do. All right, let's review. Let's see if you guys got this. What's a vineyard? Real. What about those? Personal. What about that?
Real.
Okay, Bob had a wood fence standing between his property and his neighbor's property. He tore down the fence and he put the wood on his driveway for his friends to pick up and recycle. When the wood is on the driveway, is it real or personal? Personal. That's right. Okay, Bob wanted to put a brick patio in his front yard, so he ordered a pallet of bricks and had it delivered to his driveway. When the bricks are on the pallet, are they real or personal? Personal. When he builds the patio, is it real or personal? Real. There you go. Okay, what's real? What's personal here?
The tree is real. The apples on the floor, on the ground are personal.
That's right. All the apples that fell are all personal. As soon as you pull that apple from the tree or it falls off, it's movable. Cornfield.
Real.
It's cultivated yearly. Anything that's cultivated yearly, like your seasonal gardens, cucumbers, squash, corn, personal property.
Yeah.
That's your personal property. Things that are cultivated yearly. On the exam, they're going to use that term, cultivated yearly. Olive grove. I had to look this up. I got this question. And I'm a city girl. I was like, I don't know, where do olives grow? You guys, I was so city. My college roommate was so country. She bought a fresh pineapple. I never saw one before. And I was like, and I asked her, I go, where's the hole? You guys know how you get canned pineapple, it has a hole in the middle? I was like, where's the hole? All right, so olives, another thing I had to look up, olive groves are real. Fructus naturalis, natural fruit of the land. A farmer is entitled to the fruits of his labor. All right, here's your question on this. A tenant farmer was renting a farm and his crops were in. He hasn't paid his rent for 3 months. So the landlord came knocking at his door. And the landlord said, I need you to pay by this Friday all your past rents, or I'm evicting you. And the farmer pleaded with him and said, my crops are in the ground. In another 30 days, I'll be able to pull them out, bring them to market, have a lot of money, pay you what I owe you in back, pay the current rent, and pay a year in advance. The landlord decided not to take that proposition and evicted the tenant. What can the landlord do with the tenant's crops? Personal property. Nothing. That farmer is allowed to go back and cultivate those crops. It's his personal property. That landlord cannot go out there and start tearing it apart. Okay, so your answer is going to be, you're going to give a similar question, but your answer is going to be, a farmer is entitled to the fruits of his labor. All right, let's move it on to, now you have a foundation. Let's move it on to a little bit bigger. Remember, don't learn anything. Okay, land characteristics and legal descriptions. You have two types. You have physical characteristics of land, and you have economic characteristics of land. Okay, physical characteristics of land, immobility, you can't move it. Indestructibility, all right, you know, some of the hills, the hillside might slide down a little bit, but it's still there, right? Permanence of investment, land is pretty permanent, I'd say. And non-homogeneity. I have the hardest time with that word. Somebody say that fast.
Non-homogeneity.
Good job.
I don't think.
What that means is that each property is unique, or there are no two properties that are identical. Okay, so real estate's all different. Okay, here's a tax question, and your answer is going to be up here on the screen. Let's see if you guys can get it. A city can fairly accurately project out 10 years what their tax basis will be. How is that possible? Who said that? You remember that?
Which one was it? What did I say?
Immobility.
I didn't say that.
If I said something wrong, you would.
Is that right?
That's right.
Because it doesn't move, right?
That's right. It doesn't move. Real estate, you can. Excellent. You're smart. Awesome. Okay. What school did you go to? Okay. Real estate, the city can't pick up all those businesses and move them out of the city. They can't pick up all those houses that are paying taxes and move them out of the city. So when you get that tax question, your answer is going to be immobility. You can't move them. All right. The second characteristics of the land is economic characteristics of land. Scarcity, how much is it? What type of improvements did you build on it? Permanence of investment. Location, location, location. They might call that situs, S-I-T-U-S, situs. Area preference, they may call it. Area preference. Let's see if you guys can get this. Anybody want to speak up?
The one on the beach, Sidon.
The one on the beach, why? Situs, location, location, location. Okay, so it's location, location, location.
Oh, that's
no. Location, location, location. Situs, area preference. Here are your types of legal descriptions. I'll lead you into this. You have three types of legal descriptions. You have meets and bounds, then you have your second type, which they call two different things. You have governmental survey system, and they may call it the rectangular survey system. And then on top of those, you have subdivision plat. And it's relatively easy. I'm going to explain these three to you if you promise me not to learn them. Okay, meets and bounds, the first one. Meets and bounds is when a surveyor or an engineer starts at a particular point and comes back to the point. And they're going to tell you a story. Okay, it's going to say, a surveyor started at a rock and he moved so many feet to, he hit the river, he took a right, came down to the Johnson family farm fence. And then you get some of them that are really old and they'll say, you know, the Johnson family whose oldest son was Tom, you know, and they'll start talking about the family, which family it was. And they'll say, then it came all the way, took another right, came down to School Street, and then it came back to the point of beginning. So it's a story. They might call it a prose, which is just a fancy name for either a poem or a story, a prose. So it tells a story. You arrive at the point of ending, which is also the point of beginning. So they're going to talk about the point of beginning. One of your questions on the exam that has to do with meets and bounds, is not even a question, it's just gonna be a word. It's either gonna say a very old oak tree, and that's it, or it's gonna say a very large boulder. And that's it. If you get either one of those, what's your answer gonna be? Meets and bounds, because they're talking about the point of beginning. There you go.
Leslie.
You measure your distances and meets and your directions of bounds. They probably won't ask that much. Measurements they use either fixed, they used fixed monuments. The monuments can either be natural or man-made to start for your measurement. So they can be natural or man-made. So if you see a very old oak tree, what's your answer? Meets and bounds. There you go. You're going to find the meets and bounds in the original 13 colonies, the older parts of the country, and Texas. So they're going to call them the 13 original states. They were colonies. These are the words that go with that group. The older parts of the country, meets and bounds, point of beginning. And here's the map. The white areas on this map, meets and bounds. There was no government when they were measured, right? They couldn't be the governmental survey system or the rectangular survey system. So we have the original 13 states, the older parts of the country, and Texas. Here's your second measurement that you're going to find elsewhere. It's called the governmental survey system. They might call it the rectangular survey system, and it's built on a public land survey system. There's 36 sections. If you notice, the one starts on the wrong side, doesn't it? The reason the one starts on that side is because the people or the surveyors that measured it came off the East Coast from a college, and they walked the country and measured it. So they started the one where they were coming from. Okay? And then it's like you mow your lawn. There's 36 sections. The main line that goes north and south is called the principal meridian. The main line that goes east and west is called the baseline. Okay, I remember thinking baseline is easy. Everything goes up and down based on a baseline. And the way that I remembered meridian here is you're sitting in Biloxi. Where's meridian? North, south. Section 16 of this 36 sections is set aside for schools in each block. This is called a township. It has 36 sections, and it comes down to 36 square miles. The main line that follows the principal meridian is called the range line. And I always remember the range line went with the one that goes up and down, because what's the first mark you do for an R? What's that look like? Up and down, right? Up and down. So the range line runs parallel with the meridian. Your township lines, what's the first line when you do a T? Right, there you go. So your township lines are going to go with your baseline. So they're each 1 square mile. They are going to ask you how many acres are in each mile. You are going to get that question, 640. All right, now if you do have a pen handy, here's something I want you to write down. You might want to put it in the front of your book. They're going to ask you how many square feet in each acre. I'm going to say a sentence, but I only want you to write down every time you hear a number. You guys can do that for me? Only put down every time you hear a number. 4 old ladies driving 35 and a 60. How many square feet in each acre? 43,560. 4 old ladies driving 35 and a 60. You guys gonna remember that? 35 and a 60. There you have it. That's a definite question. This 640 is a definite question, and the 4 old ladies driving 35 and a 60 is a definite question. You're not going to have to measure any of these, but you do have to know what they are and how they exist. So there's 36 square miles in a township. You're gonna have these townships go 1, 2, 3, 4, that's north and south. Then the fifth one is gonna jump over, the lines are not gonna match. That's called a correction line. If they ask you on the exam what the correction line is for the curvature of the earth. You guys, all 4 times when I had to take these real estate exams, when I got my piece of paper and a pencil, I drew this out. This is one of the first things I drew out. And remember, 6, 1, 2, 3, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. I went all the way down to 36 because they're going to say something like this. If you're walking from section 6 to section 36, what direction are you walking? Southeast. Southeast. Okay. If you're walking from section 10 to section 34, what direction are you walking? Guys got what they're going to do? So this is one of the things I use my paper for. I go in there and I write that down. Then I write my 4 old ladies driving 35 and a 60. Those are going to be a couple of questions you have right there, right in front of you. Okay, obviously Kansas, you can tell just by looking at their map, but looking out the window when you fly over, what type of measurement are they using, you think? Bunch of squares, huh? Rectangles, governmental survey system, they might call it the rectangular survey system. Okay, this you don't need to know, but it brings a lot of reason to why meridian is called meridian, because meridian starts at the Chickasaw Meridian. That's why it's called meridian. Anybody ever see a street called Baseline? No? Baseline, Township Drive, bunch of stuff like that. A lot of streets are named or cities are named after what they are. Okay, all right, this is the third type of measurement. This measurement is going to go on top of either the meets and bounds measurement or the rectangular survey measurement. And what it does is it takes a large piece of land and divides it into smaller parcels of land. So this is going to be what a developer does. A developer is going to go out and hire a surveyor or an engineer and plot it all out. They're called blocks and lots. Blocks and lots. Once they divide it out, they have to file it in the public records. And it's going to be a question on the exam about Misty lives in Jackson County. I live in Harrison County, but we're arguing about a property in Hancock County. What county do we go to settle the case? Where the property is. That's right, where the property is. Okay, what if you were left something you were left an inheritance, and now you have to go to probate. The person who died lives in Harrison County. You live in George County. What county do you go there and settle the probate? Where the person lived. Okay, so it's either where the person lived or where the property is. You guys got that? Okay, measuring elevation. How do they give legal descriptions to these condos down here? Anybody live in these condos on the beach? I have never had anybody that lives in those condos come through here. Who are they? You guys know who they are? Oh, your mom lives there. Oh, wow. I didn't know she lived there. I just thought no one lived there because I never met anybody. Huh? You've shown them? People really live there?
I told them the people that live there.
Were they local people?
No, one guy is from Orange Beach. He lives there now. It's a lot of older people.
A lot of older
You
people?
know Lizzie at Colorado?
Uh-huh.
Her aunt lives in
Tuscan Village? Okay.
Yeah, but they're trying to sell it now.
Okay. For 450,000? How much you selling hers for?
Like 3 minutes.
Like
3 is one of the
but it's only 350. Okay. All right. Here's a question, Dylan. Thank you for that. Here's a question on the exam that deals with condos that is wrong, and I have to teach it to you wrong so you get it right. All right. Okay. A young couple is buying their first home. They decided to buy a condo over a single family residence. Why? Your answer is going to be price. Is that true here? No, that's not true here. Okay, but that's how you have, that's one of your questions you're going to have to answer wrong to get it right. The young couple is buying the condo over the single family residence because of price. All right, so there's one of your examples. Okay, so when you're measuring elevation, use them datum. That's the point of reference for measuring elevations. What do you do with legal descriptions? Why do we have those long legal descriptions? That is what is going to be filed in court. That's what's going to be on all your documents, all your mortgages. That's the address that is accepted by the court. It's going to be your legal description. Then we're going still on with measuring. What about your areas? Livable. Measure the exterior. This is for brokers, you guys. Or brokers only on this question? Brokers on this question. Livable, there's your exterior usables, and interior, and rentable is all the area. All right, that's gonna be a broker question. Salespeople don't get that one. Okay, you guys good? You have it in the book. Okay, contour maps. Contour maps. Measure elevations. The county mapping will become your friend. Okay, what do you guys use contour maps here on the coast for? Flood insurance, huh? Okay, it's basically measuring the elevation of the land that your properties are on. They're going to say, in what area would a contour map be most beneficial? Everyone take a guess? I would say here, flood maps, right? But that's not your answer. It's going to be in a hilly area. All right, in a hilly area. So in what area are contour maps most beneficial? It's going to be in a hilly area. Okay, this is just funsies. This is a monument that it's at Walt Disney, and I've always been just fascinated by what the Disney company did in Florida with acquiring their land. They use what's called a straw man, and what they did is they had the Disney Corporation, then they had sub corporations under the Disney with different names. And then under those corporations, they had companies and companies and companies and DBAs underneath and underneath, all in different names. And some of them were names of people, like Bob Carter. We have Carter here somewhere. Bob Carter, right? So it looked like a person. Whenever property in that area came up for sale, they would send Bob Carter down to buy one, Ted Williams down to buy one. But it was all Disney the entire time. They use straw men or straw identities. Okay, why do you think they did that? Was acquiring all the property. Yeah. That's right. That's right. Property values would have gone up if everyone knew that Disney was acquiring all those lots, right? So they used a straw man. Okay, but that's your Walt Disney Monument survey marker, and that's your first PowerPoint. Why don't you guys take 15 minutes and we'll start up with the next one.
She had an emergency thing. She'll be back. I have my Zevia. Oh, in my closet. Tasha, you doing okay? Oh, let me take this. Tasha, you doing okay?
I am.
Okay,
Learning
good.
a lot. Yes.
Oh, good. Let us know. I mean, speak up. We can hear you very well here.
Okay. I'm one of those note takers, so I'm listening and taking notes as well.
That's all right. That's okay.
Yeah, so yeah, but it's very interesting.
Very cool. Thank you.
Uh-huh.
Laura, you there? How you doing? You feeling better?
So I wanted to ask you a question earlier. You said a word prose. What is that?
What is it?
Yeah, you said prose.
Prose. Prose is a story. Prose.
Okay.
That's a story. That's another word for story when you take literature classes. That's how I remembered it.
Okay.
All right, so that's gonna be your meets and bounds.
Okay. Leslie.
Yes, dear.
I can message you with questions I have as I'm studying.
Yes, you can. In fact, you can.
Because I felt like I was bothering you. And
no.
That's just my personality. I don't like to bother people.
No, don't worry about that. And Laurie, I also have one of your class sessions with me on the website. It was so good. You guys did a great job. So recorded.
I loved it.
Oh, that's cool.
Yes.
Thanks.
I hope everybody can benefit in that classroom like we did on that Zoom, because that was perfect.
Yeah, that was my first Zoom. That was really fun.
Yeah, it was good.
Except I had to cut out the parts where I kept forgetting to mute the thing you told me about, and I was like talking to my dogs.
It's all right. It was really personal. That was a personal class, not a real class.
Yeah, that was really neat. Do you ever hear from those two?
I talked to Bryce every now and then, and I sent them each an email a couple of days ago and never heard back from them, asking how they were doing and letting them know that I didn't take my exam yet. And I'm really stressed. I don't want to get into all of that, but it's just been so traumatic for me. And what's crazy is every time I see a word in the real estate like alienation or court or just things pertaining to what's going on with me, it just really, it triggers something, and I lose my focus, and I need to stop that. I need to really concentrate, because I need this behind me. I already have 2 listings. I already have 2 listings that people want me to list their property, so I gotta move.
Yeah. Don't let that money go.
Yeah. Thank you. Thank you.
All right.
so
I'll talk to you later.
Okay, babe. Thanks.
Bye-bye.
See all your name tags. I'm gonna come up with something. I'm gonna have to like wear them around your neck or something.
Oh my goodness.
You'll start to retain. Oh, yeah, he. Oh, she. She's got it. Okay, yeah.
So she would reach out to one and then go at this?
No.
Okay.
Yeah, but I think it's, you know, if you got this thing here, it gives you outline of everything. That's gonna be on the exam, so on the back.
Okay.
PSI book, yeah. Something like, everything she's discussed with me. Me.
So you said highlight.
Well, yes, this is the first section she talked about on page 8 on PSI. So, PSI book.
Was it good? Did I care to go right down the list?
Well, yeah, I mean, I wasn't checking them off, but I remember a lot of that stuff
Oh,
too at the beginning.
yeah, very
You know, I
cool.
mean, there'll be some things in here I know I'm gonna ask questions on. That maybe himself, maybe to brush up on, but like
Yeah.
she said too, on that tape about probably have to cut this over here.
Yeah,
As
just
well, I'm an oldie, so.
6 months, you're good, you're good. Is that for me?
No.
First section.
Oh, what the?
Drugs, vitamins.
I'm not sure.
Christmas in July.
So do you already have your license?
Then I got offered another job back in healthcare, so I jumped on it. But I failed twice. I think I passed the state, but I failed national.
I got a scholarship to Gardner. They told me there was.
Okay,
like,
yeah, it is.
website.
I got Cooper too.
There's a website.
I guess she's,
Yeah, there's all kind of practice tests in that, but I think they prefer you to stay on the main. She's really good about it. But everything that she does, that's practical. I mean, I guess that's a safe one too, so. These two so hard.
So how do you like this transition
You have your Mississippi ID and all your stuff right now.
No, that's right. You like working on your own.
And a Louisiana tag on my car, Mississippi insurance. I get a copy of
You get lost in the shop later when you're feeling all nervous. You go for a closing or whatever. You know, they have a welcome sound on your last. You can show up.
Everywhere you go. Yeah. I mean, it's not like this, we barely do that, and that's what I had. Yeah. Especially when it's beginning.
Oh, yeah. Yes. Especially in sales.
No, they don't. They do have
Coronavirus and all. I'm actually in Mississippi.
Yeah.
My primary residence is in Louisiana.
Uh-huh.
I'm still carrying up for
Okay.
when you get licensed from Mississippi, you have to have license.
They don't,
Mississippi driver's license or
an ID.
Mississippi ID. So my best part is just to go get a, take my, and get a Mississippi ID.
That'd make it easy.
Yeah, yeah.
Just like that's so complicated.
We just went straight online.
live stream. It was awesome.
We learned as we went. I had a small class, we were all like, it was really beneficial. Not only did we learn how to do this, it's streaming right now. Can you guys see the slide? Can you online see it? Or they'll let us know if they can't. That I know for sure. It's not. No, it's because I was.
I can see it. No problem.
I can see it too.
Yes, I know.
I have one of these coming. You done? Stop knocking on everybody. You okay? Mom? Did you see her popping her? I get it. Itchy watery eyes.
Leslie,
Yes, Laurie?
my exam is set for Monday now, and I don't want to postpone it again, so I'm getting in as much as I can, so I might message you in the evening.
That's fine. Send me a Facebook again.
Yes, okay, thank you.
All right. Guys can message me through Facebook. I'm really good unless I'm on the road or I'm writing something for somebody.
You reckon I do this out with teaching art? Yeah.
Huh? Okay. This, I've had a couple, I had a PhD in literacy from Ole Miss take my class. That's the only person I ever offered a refund to. I was like, take my books, here's your money. And she was, yeah, she was really hard. That's not how you teach. I was like, get out, get out.
I'd rather like be right on.
Yeah, I agree. I agree. And
And they just do that with our students. Like we have to do the whole lesson book when at the end of the year when they take their state test. It's only this much. They have
12 pages. You could have done it in 12 pages. Yep. 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 That's what, thank you for letting me know that. Yeah, you guys, instead of, that was hard what you did. That was as far as teaching, that was amazing. What we did was we took all the books that most schools have you read to take this course, and we narrowed it down to that one book. And that's what you were saying as a teacher. She would have to teach them everything, but there was like maybe 12 pages that they needed to know. Yeah, see, that's tough. All right, so we're right on it. So thank you for saying noticing that. Very cool. Okay, all right. The second PowerPoint, but we're still on chapter 1. Chapter 1's a long chapter, so I broke it down into several different PowerPoints. And it's long because I want to get a lot of this information into you really, really quick. Okay, this is encumbrances and effects on property ownership. So encumbrances, the word encumbered means something to borrow, that's burdening something. Something is encumbering, that means something is burdening something. So encumbrances, what is it? It's a claim, charge, or liability that can attach to real estate. Oh, how come I don't see it there? I'll work on getting that thing out of your way. I don't see it right now. Okay, so it attaches to real estate. The biggest encumbrance on real estate is liens, things like mortgages, second mortgages. These are charges against property that provide security for the debt obligation of the property owner. This is an encumbrance. Can't a lien or your mortgage affect the ownership of your property? Sure, yes. Absolutely. How do you create a lien? There's 4 ways, or there's 4 types of liens, and I'm going to break these down for you. You have voluntary versus involuntary. All right, a mortgage, a second mortgage, line of credit, you voluntarily went out and got that. Involuntary, taxes, mechanics liens, judgment. All right, what's a mechanics lien? Excellent. How'd you know that? Oh, you knew the field? All right, excellent. A mechanics lien, when somebody does something for your house, does work on your house, and then the owner of the property or the building, and the owner decides not to pay them. That mechanic, or basically contractor, is going to go down and file what's called a mechanics lien on your property. And when you sell your property, he's going to get his money. Okay. So mechanics lien, thank you for that. It's excellent. And then judgments, let's say you go to court, you lose, now you owe a bunch of money. So you have voluntary, involuntary. So they are exactly what they sound like. Statutory, placed on the property by law. Taxes. Taxes, right? Everybody pay their taxes? Could that affect ownership? Sure. So you have statutory, which is going to be your property taxes, and then equitable, which again is going to be mechanics lien. And equitable, what does the word equitable sound like to you? Equal? Equal? Equitable? It's to produce fairness. Okay, so basically that would be a mechanics lien. You also have what's called specific liens. Specific liens are on a specific piece of property. One piece of property. Then you can have general liens. It may include your house, but it also includes other stuff. You went to court, you got a judgment, and the judge said, okay, you owe this guy money. He's going to take your house, your car, your tax return, your bank account. That'd be general. Inheritance taxes. Be careful on that. Your inheritance taxes is a general lien, but they're going to say you inherited
Something's
a piece
happening.
of real estate.
Can you hear
in your
me?
inheritance. what type of lien is it? Is it real? I mean, is it general or specific? It's gonna be general, that's right. Or again, debts due a deceased person, priority of liens. You can have a first, you can have a second, you can have a mechanics lien, you can have a line of credit. Those are the order. When you talk about subordination, it's what order are the liens in. Lien holders can get together and do a subordination agreement where they change places. Okay, it's who gets paid off. Taxes always get paid first. If you die before anybody gets any money, taxes come out. If you have a foreclosure before they do anything with your property, all your taxes are paid. So taxes take priority. That's going to be the answer on one of your exams. Taxes take priority. Okay, in most cases, they're paid first, and then your bills are paid in the order that they're in. Your property taxes are called ad valorem taxes. And if see the A and the V, according to value. And they're also specific on one piece of property, involuntary, and statutory. There are exemptions to ad valorem taxes, nonprofits, hospitals, parks, governments, charitable organizations. Just you're going to be able to recognize it. They call it a city park. Inheritance liens. All of the, when you go to probate, what gets paid first? Taxes. There you go. Taxes. Okay. Special assessment is another tax. Sometimes they'll call it an improvement tax. Only those who benefit pay the special assessment. Here's an example. The city realized that one of its elementary schools in a particular district needed to be rebuilt. So they tore it down and rebuilt it. Who's going to pay the special assessment? Yeah, excellent. Thank you. People in that school district. Okay, people in that school district. Okay, here's one of your really, really long questions. It's not really long. And beware of this one, because this one I get a lot because people forget that I told them about it in here. Ready? Your answer has to do with special assessment. Okay, before I start, who pays the special assessment?
Those who benefit.
Those who benefited. Okay, your question is going to go something like this. The city put a cement sidewalk down a dirt road, and then they're going to break down all the people on that street. They're going to name them Bob and Joe and Tony and Sally and Betty. And then they're going to say how wide and how long their properties are. And then number one is going to say something like, well, Bob pays 65% because he has 65% of the property. And then Carl is going to pay 20%. And if you do the math, it's correct. And then number two is going to say, no, Betty pays the most because her property, or she's going to pay 60% because her property goes back so far. And then they're going to do another numbers. And if you do the math on that, that one's correct. And then they're going to give you another one very similar. Again, if you do the math, that one's correct. Number four is your correct answer. You know what it says? Everyone. Who? Huh? They all pay pretty much. Whoever benefited. All right. But it's going to look like one of those math questions, and it's going to go on and on and on and on. It's going to give dimensions of everybody's lots, how deep they are, how wide they are. You're going to want to feel like you need a calculator. I know once I picked up a calculator, that's how I know that they're all right. And then it dawned on me, oh, everyone pays, like you said. Okay, so be careful of that one. Mechanics lien, there it is. I always think of pool men. Pool guys, is that what you're thinking of? No? I hear often about pool guys not getting paid. When the pool's done, they don't like it. So, wow. Did you guys hear that story? She said she had a contractor, her parents were building a house and it was on stilts, but the stilts were tilted. And so they weren't going to pay the contractor till they put it straight and they wouldn't fix it. Wow. The contractor tried to put a mechanic's lien on it, but the judge didn't take their excuse. Wow. You guys be careful with real estate. There's a lot of real estate attorneys for a reason. All right. And those people don't mind holding this liability ball. All right. Just don't become an attorney. That's your lesson. Anybody married to an attorney? Anybody an attorney? Any kids of attorneys? No? All right. Okay, mechanics lien. In some states, mechanics liens have priority, and I did have somebody look it up in Mississippi, and that is true. All right, so you guys treat people well here. A judgment, what's a judgment? Issued by court. It's involuntary, equitable, basically create fairness. Lis pendens means lawsuit pending. If somebody puts a lawsuit pending on your property, you might see this. Show the house, but there's a lis pendens on the property. Have you run across any of those? You'll see them sometimes when people are inheriting property and somebody thinks they should have gotten the property, so they'll do a lawsuit on the house. All right, so lis pendens, writ of attachment, that's the paperwork. And now once you receive a writ of attachment, the sheriffs are going to come and seize all your property, so you can't sell it because it's in a lis pendens. It's in a lawsuit pending. Taxes, what are they for? To meet the demand of the government. Easy. Okay, let's move it on to easements and licenses. Okay, easement. Here's what going to be one of your answers. Easements run with the land. Get it? He's running on land. All right, you're going to remember that? Easements run with the land. What an easement is a right of somebody else to pass over your property. Okay, they don't belong to people, they belong to property. So when you sell your property, it goes with the deed. Okay, it's going to go with the deed. It can be created by written agreement between the parties. All your easements are easement appurtenant. They're on the exam, they're going to say, what is most like a right of way? Easement. Okay, easement. And I always remembered appurtenant meant in addition to ownership of other real estate, because if I see that word appurtenant and I flip those two P's upside down, what do you get? Add, right? Add. So an easement appurtenant is a right of way in addition to ownership of real estate. So if you live in one of these condos here, you don't only own the four walls and everything in it, but you also have an easement over, or you have a right of ownership of a part of the pool, part of the walkways, part of the elevator. What was that? Yeah, elevator to get to your room. That's right. Thank you for that. There must be at least two properties to have an easement appurtenant. You have a dominant tenement and a servient tenement, and again, easements run with the land. This is what it looks like. Okay, so see the guy in the blue car? He has the right to drive over that other property to get to his property. That's an easement. What an easement? What was that? Get a lot of that in the country with acres. You have one? You have to go to other people's property to get to your property? Right. You were landlocked property? Wow, landlocked property, of course. That's you needed it. So you got an easement by necessity. Okay, you power line. Those power lines, aren't they gross? They're gross easements. Isn't that perfect? That's what it's called. Gross easement. All right, excellent. Okay, all right. This is, you know what an easement appurtenant is. Okay, it's a right of way over someone else's property. This word non-contiguous, for some reason, when people see this word non-contiguous, they get the easement appurtenant question wrong. Okay, contiguous is meaning they touched. Like this property is next door to that one, so it's contiguous to the next one that's next door is contiguous. But if they're not touching each other, they're called non-contiguous. So you're going to get a question. What they're testing you on is easement appurtenant, but they're going to put that word non-contiguous in front of it. This is how it's going to go. This is something like Bob bought a house in a lakefront community, but he's 2 blocks off the lake. He's been given an easement over a lakefront property to have access to the lake. What type of easement does he have? Non-contiguous easement appurtenant. All right, let's talk about vocabulary for a while. First of all, if you didn't hear it here in class, it's the wrong answer. All right, so if you get a question or an answer and you have an answer and you go, wow, I don't remember her talking about that. I must have been not paying attention. No, you were paying attention. It's just the wrong answer and I never brought it up. You guys got that? Now let's talk about vocabulary. That word non-contiguous throws people off all the time. And when I talked to the test a few years ago, when I was talking to the testing people, they told me that they're finding people fail because they don't understand what non-real estate words mean. Does that make sense? Like the word contiguous. Perennial. We're going to talk about perennial roses. That means you plant it once. All right, so you're going to have to use your vocabulary with non-real estate words on some of these exam questions. Okay, termination of easement. There's all sorts of ways to get rid of an easement. You don't need it. Merger, they might call it merger of properties. If two properties merge, what just happened? Yeah, one person bought all of them, right? Release, abandonment, non-use, termination. All right, Bob allowed Tony to drive over his property because Tony was a truck driver and he wanted to park his truck near his home when he's not driving for security reasons. Tony quit driving and sold his truck. Do they still need the easement? Could that be a termination of easement? Okay, very good. Excellent. Okay, here's your types of easements. We'll get into them. Gross. Is that what it looks like? No. Oh, okay. That's what came to my mind. Gross easements. Gross easement. I always think they're gross to look at. It's a utility company. There's only one party involved. There's no one benefiting from the easement, so there's no dominant tenement. They're usually for utility companies or cities or counties where they want to get out messages. All right, so listen, your easement and gross question is going to go like this. Again, you're going to want to feel like you need to pull out your calculator. It's going to say, Bob bought a store with an apartment over it because he wanted income. So for the first floor, then they're going to give you numbers. You get $750. On the top, they get like $450. And then on the corner, there's a billboard. Okay, now I'm going to listen. A billboard that tells you the traffic condition of the road ahead and how long it's going to take to get to exit B. What do you think that billboard is? It's a gross easement. Okay, they're not saying it's a utility company or a city company, a city or a county trying to give messages, but they're going to say gives traffic conditions. What's that tell you? It's given information. It's given freeway information. All right, so it's going to be a government type thing, and that's going to be a gross easement. All right, so be careful of that. Very good. Thank you for that. Okay, party wall easement. You guys have townhomes here. On the exam, they're going to call them garden homes. That's what they're going to call them. So when you see a garden home, they're talking about townhomes. The party walls are the walls on the outside of the units that separate the patios. If you have a party wall and you think your side needs to be painted, who's responsible for painting it? You are. If your party wall falls down, who's responsible then? Your answer on the test, your best answer is going to be the homeowners association. All right, because the whole thing fell down. But you're responsible to maintain your side. Okay. Easement by necessity, we talked about it over here. Your easement by necessity, that she needed it. She had a landlocked property. And necessity, you needed it. Easement by prescription. Prescription, I always think, darn, they're addicted to it. They need their prescription. Okay, it's an act that has been continuous, visible, open, and notorious, meaning that the person whose property you're going over probably didn't like it. Okay, so here's a question with that. Bob has been driving over Al's property southeast corner since their kids were in elementary school. As soon as I start hearing time, I think continuous. It's been going on for a long time, right? The time factor involved. And now he told them to stop driving over that portion of the land because he wants to build a home because his daughter for his daughter because she just got married. So what's that tell you now? A big long time, right? And then it's going to say because Tony took a real estate course, he might be able to be granted a what? Easement by prescription because he's been doing it for so long. He might get an easement by it. Well, get the microphone then.
Okay, I have a question.
Oh, but don't forget, you get people up here. You're gonna have to verbally talk too.
Okay, so dead end road, there's a house, there's a lot right here. So dead end road right here.
That's for a reason.
Oh, yeah, sorry. I'm there. Empty lot. Okay, I know about it because it's the actual residence. So, but what if this man on this neighbor over here on the dead end road's been using this lot to for his boat, pull in and out.
Right.
And the person that lives here who has double gates on the other side of the lot has been using it for 10 or more years.
Okay.
In the backyard.
All right.
Now, it's not a necessity. I mean,
Yeah.
I guess it's not really a necessity. Is there any type of?
So he's been using it for a long time.
Yeah.
And
both neighbors.
both neighbors have been using an empty lot to cross over into their own properties for a long time.
So now it's in the middle, it's pending.
So now it's pending. You sell the lot.
I mean, pretty much, yes.
Oh.
No, I sold anyway, there's a house on 2 streets. The house is on the street behind
Right.
the lot.
Right.
So the lot has been empty forever.
Yeah.
But now this man buying a house is wanting to put a little shop or something on that. It's 2 separate parcels. But this neighbor.
Yeah.
And this homeowner.
Right.
Have been using that property for
20 years.
or more. So what happened?
What happens? Any attorneys again? What happened?
Does access to the backyard or to be able to maneuver your boats and things like that, or the lawyer? Okay.
A lawyer, yeah. You're gonna.
I think that's kind of like people saying if you cut someone gets part of their yard for 7 years, it's automatically theirs. That's kind of like going back to life.
Yeah, that's right.
Just because you've been doing it for that long, you don't know if you do it right.
Right, but then when you take a fence, for example, if it's been built on someone else's property, say a foot over the property line.
3/4 of an inch. I had to move one time.
So you do not have to tear the fence down.
I had to. My choices was to hire a surveyor, which would have been like $1,200, and just move it. Because I know I could have got a survey to say that it was on the right property, because they never come up with the same amount ever.
All right.
So.
Thank you.
I have a question. So my parents had a home. When they went to sell their home, when I found out it was the neighbor was right next to each other. Outside of my parents' garage and their concrete slab, when they came to do the inspection, half of their property next to us was considered ours. All the way into about a foot into their garage was considered our property. And we did not know that when we bought the home.
Right.
But when we went to sell it, that's when we found out. So that would take legal action.
So.
I have some really good lawyers.
So, all right. So let me get this straight. I'm
I
gonna
was
repeat.
told
Yeah. So let me get this straight. Okay, so when you bought it, there was no survey done. But when you went to sell it, the new buyers had a survey done. And they found out that your neighbor's property was built on the wrong lot, which happens a lot. Okay, you're in the middle of one right now. Oh, I've seen.
They're saying our business is there first, and they built their business, and just because they came from Alabama, their survey, they're doing it from one end, our survey's going from another end, and they're saying that they're in our first parking spot, which takes into our building, and they're saying that they get our first parking spot. We're like, okay, so that's not right.
Yeah.
So it happens.
Yeah, it happens a lot. I had a student in Oxford who built his custom home on the wrong lot. Yeah, so it happens a lot. That's what's so fun about real estate. I love that type of stuff. Isn't that fun? Yeah, it's great. It's yeah. I don't know. No one ever figured out. And surveys. I got to guys. You could have 10 surveyors out there to measure one piece of property, and every one of them is going to be different. All right, which leads me to a test question about measurement. Another question you're going to think is a math question. Every surveyor, because no two are ever alike, they'll have a plus or a minus, whatever they say, just to give them leeway. It's plus or minus, they might say more or less. So you're going to get a question that's going to give the dimensions of the property, and they're going to say, how big is, how many feet or how many yards or whatever does it come out to? And there's going to be one answer that is like a couple feet off, another answer that's like another couple feet off in the other direction. Then there's going to be an answer that is the exact amount that is the correct answer, but it's not the correct answer. The one below it's going to be off by 3 or 4 feet, but at the end it's going to say more or less. So what's your answer? More or less. All right. So there's a question you don't even have to pick up your calculator for. Think about that, right? More or less. As long as it says more or less, that's going to be a correct answer. Okay. So easement by prescription is based on the principle of adverse possession. Adverse possession is like legal stealing somebody's property. You've had open, continuous, notorious, hostile use of somebody's property for a statutory period of time. I know in Florida, after the 2006, 2007 foreclosure crisis, there were a lot of beautiful homes that were abandoned because they got notices they weren't paying their mortgages. Families were moving into these beautiful McMansions, and they were literally enrolling their kids in school, joining Little League, joining the PTA, participating in the neighborhood. And some of them, because they were there so long and they maintained the property, they got the property. Because the banks, say it again. It's like a squatter's thing. It's like a squatter's right. Adverse possession. If you take care of somebody's property and you live on it, and you do it openly, you're not hiding it, and you've been there for a statutory period of time, you can go to court and own that property through what's called adverse possession. Paying the taxes, sure. Sure. Right. Sure.
New at 5, a DeKalb County couple bought the home of their dreams. When it was time to move in, they found strangers living inside instead. Turns out the men were no strangers to Channel 2. We first exposed their scheme nearly 3 years ago. Channel 2's investigative reporter Jody Fleischer is here now with how this is happening all over again and what she did this time to put a stop to it. Jody?
Jovita, we called the FBI's Joint Terrorism Task Force. They monitor this kind of activity and call it paper terrorism. The suspects used bogus documents to take over foreclosed houses. But this time, the home was under contract, and the buyer emailed me for help after watching our earlier investigations into house stealing.
What's up here? I fell in love with it automatically. We made an offer as soon as we saw it.
Tucked away on this upscale gated street, Crystal Hardwell's dream home comes complete with 5 bedrooms, 6 baths, a lakefront, and 2 squatters.
It was devastating. They have no regard for the law, no regard for other people's feelings.
The Lithonia home once sold for $2 million. So when Crystal found it in foreclosure in January, she thought it was a steal. Turns out it was. For Jermaine Gibson, who filed this fake deed saying the house was his, and his roommate, Rod Stewart.
I sacrificed a lot for this home, and the point that they feel like, oh, we can just take over any home and make up these wild deeds, it's ridiculous.
In 2010, it took this to get Gibson out of another Lithonia home after a Channel 2 investigation uncovered 18 fake deeds filed for properties in 8 local counties. Most of the group pleaded guilty, but 3 ringleaders, including Gibson, went to trial last fall.
And the indictment says there are victims. Where are these victims?
Alicia Yisrael helped convince jurors that taking over bank-owned homes was really no big deal, and they agreed.
Not guilty.
The prosecutor was stunned.
Our juries need to stand up and say, we're going to have enough of this. And Gibson, he didn't get his lesson, and now he's emboldened to do it again.
And that's exactly what Gibson did, filing new deeds for Crystal's house and the other. The bank tried to kick him out, even changing the locks while he was gone.
I don't know how they got back in, but somehow they did something with these doors.
They tried reasoning with the squatters.
I told them, if you did this thing in the past and it was just a Bank of America or Wells Fargo thing, then that's one thing. But when you see real people that are caught up in the middle of your madness, that should be like, maybe we need to stop.
The couple called police in March and waited. Then they called Channel 2. You want to tell us why you're doing this again?
I didn't consent to this inside the courtroom, Ms. Fletcher. I'm not consenting to that now.
All I'm doing is asking you to tell your side of things.
I'm telling you the fear for my life right now. I feel
You
very
are.
presence.
What about Crystal, the lady who just bought this house, who's trying to make
But they did need to talk to another judge when Crystal fought to have them evicted.
Show me the origin of your interest in this property.
When they couldn't, he ruled in Crystal's favor.
The plaintiff is allowed to have possession immediately.
And now the FBI wants answers.
It was brought to our attention by WSB News. This is a crime. This is not something that people will get away with.
Agents raided the home with a search warrant and pushed local law enforcement to arrest Stewart and Gibson.
I just wouldn't go for that.
No, sir. With Gibson in jail, Crystal and her fiance finally moved in Monday, but they're afraid he'll come back.
Very frustrating. People like this shouldn't be out on the street.
Gibson and Stewart are both facing charges of theft by deception and possession of a gun during a crime. Gibson is also charged with burglary and 2 additional counts tied to those documents. He's still in jail. Stewart already posted bond.
How are they not just forged a name? Think that they would lock them up? They were trying for adverse possession, but there's another lesson in this that's not on the exam that I loved this particular video for, is he had to face the court twice, right? When you're the big guy in real estate and you have a jury trial, the jury always goes for the underdog. So the first trial he went to was a jury trial. So they went in his area, right? He was the underdog against all these big banks and stuff. When you go in front of a judge, the judge is going to go by the law. All right, you guys got that? All right, because I have a quick story. I had a client lose a fourplex one time because up in the it was a fourplex. It was right on the sidewalk because in the urban areas we don't have front yards. And the son up in one of the right-hand windows on the second floor used to take the screen off, like the bug screens. And he would sit in the window and talk to his friends that were walking by. And one day he fell out. And my client, it was too late by the time he came to us, but he said, no, I got a jury trial. He was given the choice, jury or judge. The entire juror were renters. He ended up losing the building. They decided that the screen was for safety and it was too easy to take off. And so it was the landlord's fault that the kid fell out. All right. And if you notice that the jury let him go too, right? All right. So that's not on the test, but that's just for knowledge to protect you in the future if that ever comes up in your situation. All right. You guys good? Okay. Encroachment. Encroachment is not an easement. An encroachment is building on someone else's property. Your fence is on someone else's property, right? Or my poor student who built the house on the wrong lot. Is that awesome? It's like, how did you miss that? Okay. All right. Encroachment. The last thing here is license. A license is a revocable use of somebody else's property. Bob is going to let Al park in his driveway during Little League season. Fred is going to let Tony hunt from his lots or yards or whatever. What do you guys call it? Country? Acreage during hunting season. Okay, so temporary. It's a temporary right. And that's it for the second chapter. And you guys were ahead on that one. I'm going to let you guys go to lunch for an hour. All right, so I'll see you back at, how about 12:45? You guys good?
Yeah, it's like the fattest I've ever been. I'm good. How you two doing? You guys good?
Yeah, Glenn's gonna tell you that something happened and my screen froze up and it wouldn't let me back in, but I could hear the class going on. And then I had to go start a new link. So
that's cool.
Anyway, but I'm okay. I'm in there. So you don't need a check bag.
How about you, Tasha?
I'm doing well. I can hear everything is going great. So yeah, I'm all right.
All right. Remember, we just yell out, we can hear you.
Yeah, and when the class is talking, I can barely hear them. You can hear them, Tasha?
No, I can't. It's a struggle. I can hear bits and pieces, but
yeah, same here.
I can hear you really well, but when they respond, we can't hardly hear them.
Okay, I'll try to repeat that.
Okay.
Thank you.
Yeah, 'cause I
Thank
don't know
you.
why we're having a hard time with the microphones too with them.
Okay.
All right, I'll repeat what they say then from now on for you. Thanks
Okay.
for letting me know. Thank you, thank you.
Thank you
Thank
so
you.
much.
Oh, they can't make drinks because they're not open up to make drinks. Then they gotta go to somebody else. They all pull it out. They all pull it out of a bottle. They all pull it out of a bottle.
Yeah.
You good?
Look.
It's lovely.
Yeah.
It's got enough room. It's got
Yeah.
enough.
I put a little pocket this one.
Okay then.
Yeah.
Got it.
Good job.
We don't even need the other one then.
I put it in my thing, but I don't know. Yeah.
The other headset, don't worry about it.
Don't you have to transfer it to this?
I'm gonna have to, but that's all right.
All right. Oh, we're good. I'm good right now. Wow.
That whole box was for lunch.
Well, I actually
So you think you need to turn it down? Testing. 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 Testing.
Perfect.
Okay.
Who else is that? Here's somebody else. Is that my
Yeah. Make sure you didn't screw up.
Your fault. Did I screw it up?
Welcome back. Thanks for coming back, you guys. Well, Date, what was that? New torture device? Oh, we're hanging you by your toenails? Oh.
You can have
Yeah. Well, if it's bad weather tomorrow, you guys don't want to come in, remember, stream if you want to, but I love when you guys come in because I don't know if you can tell, I have fun. It's fun in here for me. This is game time, play time. Oh.
Got some chips and salsa for you, Leslie.
Oh, thank you.
And a few.
Yeah. Always the first one to be abused.
You like it.
How many people know where they're going? What brokerage they're going to? Okay, that's good. I'm going to try to get, or I know that somebody called. Sometimes my past students, if they own their own company, they'll come back and they remember being in your shoes. And so they voluntarily come back here and answer questions for you. to get a second voice, not just me telling you everything. All right, so I know that there's a couple people coming in. All right, I don't know when. Tomorrow. Tomorrow. I know. Okay, so tomorrow you got one, and I know somebody called on Sunday, and Jim made an appointment for that person too. All right, so I don't know, but just no one recruits in here. No one's allowed to recruit in here, and they're not recruiting in here. This is like community service to me when they come in here and they help you guys, because they were where you are, and as a favor, they just come in and try to answer your questions and stuff. So you hear like another person, and plus I don't, you know, they do residential, so they'll be able to answer a lot of your questions. And if we have questions on residential, can I have them? Yeah, go over here. She does real well.
What happened?
Nothing. All right. Okay, thank you. Sorry about that. I keep giving you my back. I have to get adjusted to that. All right. Any questions on what we went over this morning? No? I'm going to give you guys, you're at a table. I want you guys to discuss things that either you learned this morning or you were shocked to learn this morning or you can relate to this morning. Oh, that's right. You're not supposed to learn, but just discuss. Just discuss. All right. Yeah, don't learn, you guys. And when you go home, make sure you have a beer or some wine and then go to sleep. All right. Don't read. I wouldn't read today. You can leave the books here. I used to make people leave the books here for sure. All right. So you can leave your books home. If you take them home, I mean, you can leave them here. If you take them home, you might cheat. Pick them up and read them. Don't do that. All right. A couple days. Right now, it's a long day for you. You guys are going to probably be really tired when you get out of here because you're not moving a lot, but your brain is moving a lot. Okay, and that's just as exhausting. And I would not go home and start reading right away because you're going to have plenty of time. You have my 9 days here, plus the next weekend. By this Thursday, you guys, here's a bet. By this Thursday, I'm convinced that you can pass the national portion of the exam. All right, so that's how quick this information is going to come to you.
I hope so. My exam is Monday.
Oh, thank you, Laura. You'll do it. You'll be fine. I know. Okay. All right. So why don't you get in your groups, just discuss what happened this morning, some of the topics, see if you guys can relate to some. Just talk among yourself, each table. I'll give you about 3 or 4 minutes. All right, 3 or 4 minutes.
Did you go do the other, what used to be beside us?
Oh, no.
Okay, so I know it's for a section that's, but I was pursuing section you understand is typical for school, stuff like that, right? And you have it skips at the 6 students over, students skips, yeah. The bottom, like, they ask you questions, it's just from north or south or east or west, no bottom.
Yeah. Yeah, I'll get So after the 36 for making your breath, you can learn to right? And then you count it out to 33 again. And then if any questions below that. There'd be north or side of east or west.
It's actually 15 hours. They just did a whole master plan. Here's Waveland Beach, here's Coleman Street that goes up. Here's the railroad track to my house.
So when you see down your channel, that's gonna be on the next
Big
page.
ass ones that have insurance on it. There's so many other lots that steps and stuff sit on. Yeah. He's an 80-year-old man, and he's an 80-year-old man. And the taxes and the taxes for the $11 a year. Paying for our camper lot. When they just put kind of a master plan together. And where I live.
You guys online okay? Todd, you guys have any questions? Because I know we're just letting these guys talk a little bit.
Leslie, you said in the exam, the first exam's going to be the state?
You're going to do the state first. That's right. It's 40 questions.
Okay. And then at any time, can you just take a break, or you have to stick out those 40 questions and then
No,
those
you
80?
can take a break anytime you want to.
Okay. All right. And you're allowed to bring a little snack in there or anything?
No food, no nothing. You can probably put it in his waiting room. I know that when I went, I brought water because my allergies get really bad. There was
mine too.
A lot of perfume in there, and he made me keep it out where his office was, and I had to go out there to drink it.
Okay.
All right. So.
Okay. And you did yours in Mobile?
Yes. Twice.
Okay. That's where I'm going now because I had to postpone mine, and Metairie doesn't have as much availability right now.
Yeah, I don't doubt that. All righty, you good? Tasha, good? Okay. Was that a yes? I read your lips.
Yes.
All right, we're here. I'm just gonna put you back on screen share, all right?
Oh, yeah.
Can you guys see this screen?
I can see it.
You can't see it?
I can see it.
Oh, you guys good? Okay. Let's try that again. Try it again. All right. I'll start over for you. Let's see what we got here. Can you see it?
Yes.
Okay, both of you, good?
Yes.
All right, thanks for letting me know that, though. Always let me know. Anybody want to discuss or talk about what you guys just talked about with your table?
So we were talking about how we love Mexican food.
Yeah.
However, we can't get good Mexican service.
Yeah.
they'll have you waiting for forever, but then that conversation led to contracting. And
Contracting,
we still
nice,
got into
nice. They
real
get into
estate.
it. Mexican food led into contracting. Works for me. Anybody else? Anybody want to talk about what you guys just discussed? Can you use the microphone for the people online for me? Okay. Luckin, don't get to. Yeah. Used to be something else when I was younger. Can you hear her online?
Yes.
Okay, what about now?
Okay, talking
Okay, we were just discussing like the adverse possession
adverse possession.
that I had personally never heard the definition.
Okay.
But it related to things that had happened, like for example, I used Katrina.
Okay.
After a lot of the people relocated or they had to, evacuate, things like that, there were a lot of empty houses, properties.
Right. Right.
You wonder if somebody had just come in at that point and just kind of, hey, I'm gonna clean
Excellent.
this land, clean this house, and then when the owner comes back, they're inside a moment.
Yeah, good.
It's like,
Yeah.
And I had never really just seen the definition or had it laid out like that to realize
I can't hear her.
ownership.
Oh, they can't hear you. Okay. She was talking about after Katrina that there was a lot of empty lots and stuff. And do you know people that started home, like squatting on those properties?
I guess now that that's the definition of being used.
Yeah,
but
yeah.
that's not how we are related.
Right.
Now, you know,
Right.
actually terms is what
Okay, terms. Very cool. Very cool. Okay, she's talking about adverse possession. And she's seen it, but she never know what to call it. Thank you. That was really cool. Nicole, thank you. Anybody over here want to say anything? All right, good. You're good. You didn't learn anything. Anybody here want to share? Adverse possession? Isn't that an amazing adverse possession? Isn't that amazing? You talked about adverse possession? It's legal stealing. Isn't that amazing? It's legal stealing. And people have taken it, I mean, people have won those courses, and won those cases. There's a case before I came to Mississippi that I was told by some of my neighbors, my new neighbors, and that happened before I got here, that there was one entire side of a street that was mowing the lot behind them. Do you remember that? Mowing the lot behind them because it would keep snakes away, because the owner of that property was just letting the grass get really big, so they would go outside their fence, you know?
There was a situation, I just sold a home in
Okay.
March.
Okay.
And so for myself and my neighbor, that is what we did. We took care of the property behind us.
Right.
For that reason, because there was also wetlands.
Right.
So the people live out of state, they don't even live here. But yes, we both could have gone and filed for adverse possession because we totally take care of that home.
Right, that's right. That's, yeah, you could probably win that lawsuit too if you wanted to.
So why wouldn't it be considered trespassing?
Why would it be not be considered trespassing?
Why wouldn't it be considered trespassing?
Because the cops didn't show up. No, I don't know. You know? I don't know. No, well, but that's an excellent question. Thank you so much, but that's the first thing that came to mind, because I don't know. Why wouldn't that not be called trespassing? I would consider that trespassing.
I'm saying the property is someone else's.
Yeah, someone
And
else's.
then you decide that another person decide they're gonna dwell on it. And, you know, for me, basically, you haven't had permission to dwell there.
That's right. That's right. They didn't have, yeah, you're right. Why can't it be trespassing? It probably could be. I mean, that's an excellent question. I never thought of those two together. Thank you for that. That was really good. All right, let's go over here. You think you have to have a sign? I'll go here. I'll be right there.
Is there any type of like term that would consider being an abandonment of property? Like, can you abandon property?
It's called abandonment.
Okay, so if that's the case, if somebody has to take care of the for X amount of time,
If
then
someone
else comes in and does it,
right.
that's where the possession comes in.
Okay, very good. She's talking about abandonment. If somebody abandons their property and they don't take care of it, and then somebody comes in and starts living on their property.
The trespass
You think? Yeah, that's right. Who's taking care of it? Very cool. If there's no sign up. Yeah. Yep. That's right. Thank you. Those are really great points. I got to come over here to you. Thank you.
Yeah,
That was
just
excellent.
piggybacking off of that,
Right.
like what I've been noticing, there's a lot of absentee property in the area, meaning those owners are not in the state.
Right.
Right. Who knows where they are, and it's hard to get in contact with them about issues that may be going on with their property. It could be
Right.
an heirs or an estate,
Right.
or trust or something of that nature,
Right.
and it's so hard to find them. So it's like, well, it has to be done, especially if someone's trying to sell their property,
Right.
and that one is kind of a sore eye to potential buyers.
Yeah, she's talking about the abandoned properties here on the coast. There's a lot of them.
And in my case, that's what it was. I mean, the people love the land for some taxes. Right. They don't even know what they own.
Mm-hmm.
They don't live here. They don't really care. They know they can't do anything with it. It's wetlands.
Right.
So they don't care. It's totally abandoned.
Don't care or
Yes.
don't know.
Yes.
Don't care or don't know. Yep. Thank you. That's important. That's right. She's saying about sometimes when you go to the tax assessors. Testing. Testing. Okay, good. All right, thank you. Thank you for giving me the minute to switch that out. Batteries. Yep.
So a quick question. So if that property is abandoned and you start taking care of it and you want to go to, you file a quick claim deed against the property, how do you get a hold of that property?
Bob, that's excellent. Thank you for that. Bob just asked an excellent question too. What if you know the property's abandoned, you start taking care of it, and you want to go at that point to go adverse possession it or take, he's asking, how do you do that? Yeah. You own it. Let's bring it over here. It's yours right now. You can give it to someone later. There you go. Bob owns the ball. Let's see who gets it next. All right. When you find out, let me know. Yeah, oh, absolutely. Okay, thank you, guys. Thank you for interacting. That was, Rochelle, that was an excellent question. I never even thought of that before. That was really cool. Okay. Any others? Any other questions? Thanks for participating, everybody. Okay, we're still on chapter 1. Okay, we're going to talk about types of ownerships. Here are your types of ownerships, and we're going to break them down really quickly. Inseveralty. That means you own it by yourself. You own real estate by yourself. See that word severalty? It means to sever all ties. Aha. To sever all ties. All the other types of ownership have some type of partnership involved. Okay, so let's move on. Here's your co-ownerships. Tenancy in common, joint tenancy, tenancy by the entirety, and community property. Those are the 4, along with tenancy and severalty, that you're going to need to know. Let's break these down. Tenancy in common. This is the only partnership that you can have, that your partner and you do not have to have equal shares. Like I can have 3/4 and I sell 1/4%. You see these, I see these in like apartment complexes where there'll be 4 or 5 or 6 people involved in owning it. And when you own in tenants in common, you can will your interest in that real estate to your heirs. You could sell your portion. And sometimes you'll see in the field, the income property, residential income, you'll see this is for 3/4 ownership of this project. All right, it doesn't mean it's for the whole entire unit, the whole entire development, but just that interest. So they can be sold, conveyed, mortgage. You can pass it on in a will. The second one is quite different. This is joint tenancy. They call joint tenancy is where you have the 4 unities, and they call it PIT. Brad Pitt, that's what I got up there. Brad Pitt.
Like a timeshare?
Like a timeshare, you can own a timeshare as tenancy in common only, because it's the only partnership that allows you to own with unequal interest. And in a timeshare, somebody may own 3 weeks, somebody may own 4 weeks. Okay, so excellent question. Thank you so much for that. Okay, so joint tenancy is the second one. We have PIT. Here are the 4 unities. You took possession at the same time, you have the same amount of interest, you have the time that you've owned it's the same, and you're all on the same title. So PIT. It also has what's called rights of survivorship. So you're going to see on the test, it's going to say JTWROS. That means joint tenancy with rights of survivorship. So basically, you cannot will it to your kids. You cannot sell it. You're bound to that joint tenancy. The last surviving partner in a joint tenancy owes it by themselves. Excuse me? That's right. Thank you for that. Thank you, Mary. She's saying, so when you become the sole owner, then you can do whatever you want with it, right? Because you own it in severalty, to sever all ties. So there's a question on the exam that's going to say, Christy owns a joint tenancy property with Dana, Stephanie, and Talisha. And she has a will that says that her son is going to inherit her interest on that property when she passes away. Can that happen? No, because it's joint tenancy with rights of survivorship. Okay, another joint tenancy question you might get is, why would a husband and wife, or actually anybody, any family members, but they use husband and wife, why would a husband and wife want to take ownership as joint tenants? To keep the children, keep them from taking it away from the other spouse in case they died, but that's a good reason. But on the test, it's going to be because it avoids probate. It automatically transfers to the other person. Okay, that was excellent though. Okay, so it's going to avoid probate. Let's say you're fighting with your partners and you want to sell your interest. You can go to court and have a suit to partition and partition your interest out of it and then sell your interest. If you sell your interest in a joint tenancy, the original joint tenants are remaining joint tenants. The new tenant is going to be considered a tenant in common. You see how that works? Because they didn't take title at the same time. Tenancy by the entirety, this is seldom used anymore, but they still have it on the exam. This is husband and wife only. And each one of them is 1/2 a person. That ain't right. Okay, it's seldom used. I own a couple of properties with tenancy by the entirety, and it was an old attorney that thought it still applied. So what it is it's joint tenancy with rights of survivorship, basically to him, and only married couples. That's the way he was looking at it. So I do have some that are like that. There aren't a whole lot out there anymore. So 1/2 a person, 1/2 a person. An older couple decided to sell their property, and so the husband went into a real estate broker and told the broker that him and his wife own the property's tenancy by the entirety, but more than happy to sign the listing agreement today. What should the broker tell him to do? Go get his wife. Yeah, that's right. Go get his wife. Yes, she's the other half. And it's going to say, go get your wife, because it takes one person to sign a contract. Yeah, see, that's right. Together, they're one person. Okay, so that's how that one works. Community property. This is partnership. 50-50. Again, it's going to require all the partners or the community property, husband, wife, to sign everything on the property that's being conveyed. On the community property, they're going to talk about separate property. The way it works is everything you own before your date of marriage, you own separately. Okay, so Jim and I were in a community property state because we were in California when we got married, and I owned a 4-plex, he owned 7 units. After we got married, about a couple months after, he sold the 7 units and put the money in the bank. What's happened? Yeah. She said everything belongs to you. Well, yeah. Okay, that's right. But what about my 4-plex? It's yours. That's right. It was mine. Okay. So so that is how it transfers. Everything after that date of marriage, whether you're selling something you owned before marriage, whatever happens at that point is going to be 50-50, no matter what. On gifted things, they're going to talk about the husband or the wife who inherited a little red sports car. And it's an antique sports car. They talked about it since they were 16 years old, and the grandparent or great-grandfather or whatever left it to them after they were married. Is that community property? No, because it was specifically meant for that specific person, it remains separate property. So when you're given a gift or you inherit something, that's yours, that remains, because it was specifically meant for that person. Okay, dower is your wife's interest of a deceased husband, his interest in real estate. Dower, you have to pay a dowry, right? Courtesy, that's the life estate interest in a husband if his wife dies, what he would own in real estate. Courtesy. And this is not on the test, but people always ask what are the community property states, and they're in red. All right, if you were wondering. All right, Mississippi is not a community property state. Louisiana is a community property state.
So what does that mean? Mississippi's not a community property state? I thought it was.
No. Have you seen it?
So what you just taught us about the community property 50-50?
It's not, Lori.
Okay. Got it.
All right. Mississippi's different. Mississippi, you guys are all over the place. Huh? Yeah, it's moved back to Louisiana for the 50-50. Excellent question. Wow, I never got that one before. It's Nicole, right? Okay, Nicole's asking, say that again. Oh, I didn't know that. Okay.
But at that same point, with property considered at the same ground as the common law marriage, even if you don't know before judge get married, you're considered married on paper.
That's interesting. Looks like you're giving the ball up, Bob. That was a great question, because she's talking about I'm allergic to perfume, you guys. Somebody just spray perfume. Oh, sorry, it's okay. The person who does it usually admits it on the last day. Okay, so what she's asking, it's ball worthy. You put it over here. You got to give it to someone else. Yeah, what she's asking is, does community, if you're married or not married, didn't legally get married, but you're considered legally married. Okay.
You're considered married at that point.
Okay, so if you're residing with the same person for 8 to 10 years, you're considered married. Common law marriage, so you're asking, does real estate law transfer over?
Look at the law as far as like you're breaking it down here, if you're married, this is what happens, right?
Right, right.
So if you're not married on paper, but you have a common law marriage, now all these things should suffice as a married person.
Yeah, I don't know.
See what I mean?
Yeah, I do see what you mean, but I don't know how that would apply, like what would happen to the real estate. Yeah, no, there's not.
But prenups
Where's my thing? There it is. Her. Oh, thank you. Okay, so that's a great question. Does your real estate become yours basically after you've been living with somebody for 8 to 10 years? Right. No, I do understand that, because we used to run across that in California a bit, and they actually named it some type of law. So I don't know what would happen. Mississippi has such different laws.
But doesn't prenups, they're allowed everywhere, right?
Prenups are allowed everywhere. Is what she's saying. Yeah, you guys. You guys. Common law marriage. Yep. Yeah, that's why she's got the ball. No, you're right. That was an excellent question. Excellent question, you guys. Thank you for that. That was really cool. Cool. Okay, ownership. Here's your ownership by business organizations. A partnership, an association of two people, business and profit. You can have two types of partnerships. You can have general and limited. In your general partnership, everybody is going to participate in the business, and you're liable for any debts and obligations that you have with that business. If you want to add a silent partner, that's going to be turned into your limited partnerships. Limited partnerships have both general and limited. The generals run the business, and the limited partners they're called silent partners. Yeah, they're just basically usually the money person behind it. Yeah. Okay, you never see them, probably never hear about it. So the LLC, anybody here an LLC? Are you? Okay, how many people do you need to be an LLC? One, excellent, that's on the test. Here are your co-owner property. Now this gets a little tricky, but you guys are pretty smart, so you'll handle this. You're smarter than that last class I had, geez. But anyway, it's going online. Okay, condos, condominiums, stock cooperatives. What's a stock cooperative? Timeshare estates and planned unit developments. We're going to run these down. Condos. When you own a condo on the test, they're going to ask you what you own. You own the 4 walls and everything in it, and then you own a portion of the common areas like the pool, the walkway, the parking structures. It is possible to own a condo and have, let's say, tenancy and severalty, which means you own it by yourself, and you may get a second deed that puts you tenancy in common for the common areas as well. So you may end up with 2 deeds, depending on how it's structured. Okay, so that's your condominiums. There you go. Everything is owned in the common area by the condominium owners. Okay, stock cooperative. You guys don't have stock cooperatives here in Mississippi, and I'm surprised that you have questions on the exam, but you're going to have about 3 of them. Okay, what a stock cooperative is that usually the ones I have seen have looked like condominiums. But instead of each person owning their unit, a corporation owns the entire building. And then the people that live there own stock in that corporation. And so stock cooperative, you're owning the stock, you're not owning the building, so it's considered personal property. All right, so that's considered personal property. And they're almost like, they remind me of private clubs. Because there was a stock cooperative in Hollywood that they were saying you have to be an executive in the movie industry to even apply here. And then I know that there's one in New York that I was told that they have one that you have to be some type of Wall Street executive to even qualify to live there. So they're like clubs. And when you go to buy stock, you don't go to the bank for money to buy it. You go to the stockholders, and the stockholders decide if they like you. All right. If they like you, and do we want to lend them money to buy stock? If you have a payment on your stock cooperative and you don't make your payment, everybody in that stock cooperative has to pitch in and make that payment for you. Because the company's bills still have to be paid, right? They own stock in the corporation. They get what's called a proprietary lease to live there. A proprietary lease to live there. So a stock cooperative, there it is, you're a shareholder in a corporation. The corporation owns the building or the property, and you own the stock, and you get a proprietary lease. Shucker Stadium, okay.
And also, if you've ever been to somewhere like Down, where they have horse races.
Right.
So the company owns it, but these other companies own suites.
Ah.
Then at the place, so they can have like priority at their events.
You think that's similar to a?
I think some of them are.
A stack? Are they?
Because it's the whole business.
So private, okay, so there'd be like one corporation owning the whole stadium or horse racing, and then individuals buy or rent boxes? Would that sound like a stock cooperative to you? Football stadiums? Okay. There's no stock. That's right. Are they giving you stock? Could be a lease. Okay. Casino and racing industries? Okay, so you're, okay, because I have no, I mean, gambling and horse, I don't have no clue.
In the marketing aspect of it, how we try to sell them is based on tickets. If you guys are buying tickets for their clients or customers, they're getting discounts and incentives for the event because they're buying.
All right. All right.
It's not a property.
So it's not a property. That sounds more like a lease. I mean, I don't know. I don't go to games or horse racing, or and I don't gamble and. Okay, say that again. Personal property and the cooperative. Excellent question. Thank you for that. It's considered personal property because do the people own the building or their unit? What do they own to live there? Stock, a piece of paper that says they own so many shares in this company. And then depending on how many shares you have, it's going to help determine your location, how high up you are, because the higher you are in a building, the more expensive it gets, or how big is your square footage. All right, guys, got that? Thank you for that. Thank you for that. Okay, excellent. So it's stock, it's you own the stock, you don't own the building, and it's personal property. It's not real estate. The IRS, though, treats it like real estate because they want their money, right? Okay, so this is the question right here for tax purposes. Okay, the next one, co-ownership properties, timeshare estates. That is real estate. On the test, they might call it interval ownership. All of the owners are tenants in common. So they're going to ask you what type of ownership or what type of deed would you have in a timeshare estate? What's your answer?
Tenants in common.
Tenants in common. There you go. The last one is planned unit development, or PUD. PUD they might call it. Planned unit development. You guys have traditions north of the 10? All right, that's a plan unit development. It's not just one builder going in and building a set of homes. It's several builders plus the schools, plus the post office, plus grocery stores eventually. It's everything. It's called a PUD, plan unit development. It's basically somebody or a few people going in and building an entire community. Yeah. Do you live there? Anybody live in Traditions? Yeah. No one? That is so strange. I can't find anybody that lives there. It's like the condo thing. You guys confuse me.
It kind of reminds you of Florence Gardens.
Florence Gardens? Isn't Florence Gardens in Traditions? I mean, I don't get out there. It's near it.
Yeah.
Traditions. Florence Gardens. I've had people say they live there. St. Jusum? I don't know. I don't look at houses. I have no idea. You guys are going to be surprised how much money you make in real estate by knowing absolutely nothing. Even if you know, you say you don't know, right? You got to keep that liability ball somewhere else. All right. Okay, let's talk about the difference between ownership and leases. Freehold estate. They're going to call it a freehold estate if you own it. You get what's called a bundle of rights, and you own it for an indeterminable amount of time. That's the term they might be using on the test, indeterminable amount of time. Basically, they can't establish when you're going to sell it or if your family's ever going to sell it, if you're going to pass it down generations. And then they also, you need to know, a life estate is a freehold estate. A life estate is when Talisha is letting me live and own that property until I die, and then it's going to revert back to Talisha. So basically, I own real estate until I die. So you can have one that goes back, or you can have one that's called a remainder man, where Talisha is giving me ownership until I die, and then when I die, it's going to go to Christy. So Christy's going to be the remainder man. So you can have reversion, or you can have a remainder man situation in a life estate. And so a life estate, you still own it, freehold. Okay, a life estate, you can mortgage it if someone will give you a mortgage. You can rent it. What happens if you have a freehold estate and you have a renter in there and the person dies? What happens to the renter? Well, it's going to revert to a new person.
I guess they make the decision then, right?
Yeah, you would put that in there. But no, it's going to end. The lease is going to end because they don't have anybody that was on the original lease as the leaseholder. All right, see that? Okay. If they want to stay there, it's excellent. Thank you so much. Destiny, right? Guys, let me read your names. Okay, what was that? What about mortgages? Would you pay the insurance or the mortgage? She's asking about. If a bank gives a life estate person a mortgage.
Well, it's already paid.
It's already paid?
They just paid for the insurance.
Okay.
Then whoever was that remainder man would, if it was paid off, then they don't really have to have anything.
Yeah, if it's, yeah, the person's just gonna take it, whatever. If it's not mortgage, it's paid off, you just take it and then you just pay like your regular stuff. Yeah, regular stuff. Okay, you guys got that? Thank you. Thank you.
You have to be really careful with this, like if I died and I had my deed in the closet with my son's name on it, and I don't know, say I had another child and that other child goes in and grabs that, if it's not filed with the court, it didn't, so that remainder man, he didn't get it after all, so it was never filed. So
Yeah.
let's say I had I don't know, my sister tried to come get it or something, you know, like it was my grandparents. Are you with me? I have two children, they don't get along, and I leave it to one, which I wouldn't just leave it to one, but say the sister, you know, goes in and cleans the house, because cleaning, right? I'm dead. Takes that document that goes through with the fine tooth comb, all this important stuff. Always about money, but anyway, takes that document, that deed, where I never filed it with court because I'm old school. I'm 88 years old or something, you know, and back in the day, well, my child will never get that. Sorry, my son, who I actually wanted to have as the remainderman, and I wanted my home to go to in the life estate, would not get it. And if someone goes and files, because life estates protect from probate as well. I know, sorry, I'm jumping. But if y'all learn nothing from me, if I can influence you at all, just make sure if you have a life estate, file it with the courts, because that one, it takes one person to go in and that document didn't exist, and then the person, you're dead, and there's, and you're nothing you can do about it. The person you wanted that house to go to and stay in that life estate for generations, it can very easily, especially.
The lesson there is record your documents.
Yes. Right.
The first one who records the deed owns the property.
Really?
They call it race to the courthouse. That's what it's called, race to the courthouse. Okay, now
I
the,
had one recently. That's why you go back to the ball and make sure it's all done through the attorney.
That's right.
And make sure it's done.
That's right. You're right. Excellent.
I had one recently, and it was a life estate.
A life
It was
estate,
a
okay.
nephew or something, and the niece that took over from the aunt. Well, we just closed, and then they died. Right before, one died, then the other one died like the day before.
Before
Next year,
closing?
yeah.
That sucks. It's like die the day after.
And then I found out they were all like, like they all died.
You guys, it happens. It's bad. No, I'm telling you, it's gonna happen. So it's like die the day after. All right. A sibling. Sibling built the house. Right. Uh-huh. Keep going. Okay. You lost the ball. We have a new owner. I don't know. That's very technical. You guys, it would be basically here. It's yours. Okay. What she's saying is the guy built the house, mortgaged the house, got a wife, then decided to move out, and then his brother came to live there and paid the mortgage. What then? Yeah, who's recorded? Yeah. Maybe. Just looks like he was renting, is what they're saying.
And correct me if I'm wrong, life estate, I think I know, but life estates, one of the great benefits of life estates, like a singer, is that it protects any liens, any medical, all those things. It protects the estate from being penalized or funds being taken or,
Just had a
Yeah.
dance with my mom.
yeah.
So I don't know about that because that's law.
All right.
All right. Yeah, why don't we just give you this? There you go. All right. So freehold. So freehold means you own it. You get the bundle of rights, the bundles of sticks. You own it for an indeterminable amount of time. And a life estate is considered a freehold estate. That is definitely a question. You need to know that. And now you ask me, what are the bundle of rights? The bundle of rights of ownership is also called the bundle of sticks. It's the right of possession, control, enjoyment, exclusion, and disposition, meaning selling it. Okay, those are your bundle of rights when you own real estate. The highest form of ownership in freehold estate is fee simple. That's the highest form of ownership recognized by law. You also have a thing called fee simple defeasible. And this is the highest form of ownership, but you have a condition to your ownership. Like, I gave the hospital, I donated some land to the hospital that they can own free and clear, and they can have it as long as they remain a nonprofit. Or I gave the zoo a bunch of land to have the zoo on, and they could have it forever, free and clear, as long as they don't charge a cover charge to get in. Okay, so it's the highest form of ownership with some type of condition. Life estate, we went over that. That's also a freehold estate. if you go back to fee simple to feasible, what do you think happens when you violate whatever that clause is? What happens?
It reverts back to the original owner and they take that back.
That's right. Excellent. It reverts back to the original grantor. Or is the giver, EE is the gimme, gimme, gimme. So the property is going to go back to the original grantor. Let's take a pit stop here and talk about ors and e's. Or is the giver. E is the gimme, gimme, gimme the property. Now, let's break this down. Grantor, grantee, lessor, leasee, vendor, vendee, optionor, optionee. Who's the seller? Excuse me? Those are. Okay, between grantor, grantee, who's the buyer? TT, gimme, gimme, right? Lessor, leasee, who's the landlord? The giver of the lease. Vendor, vendee, who's selling? Optionor, optionee, who's the one that wants to buy? You guys see how that works? Okay, but this one's going to throw you off. Who's the bank?
Mortgagor.
The bank, it's a hard one. I really had to think about, remember this one too. The bank is the mortgagee. The giver of the payment every month, say that, giver of the payment every month is the mortgagor. If the giver doesn't give a payment, what's the bank say?
Give me.
Gimme, 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 right? Gimme, gimme, gimme the property. All right, excellent, you guys, very good. So here's your life estates one more time. It's a freehold estate. You can also have a life estate that's called a pure entre vie, meaning you own the real estate based on someone's life. Like Misty and I own real estate as long as I'm alive. So even if Misty didn't die, but because I died, it was based on me. It was pure entre vie. Now she lost ownership as well. So pure entre vie is a life estate based on the life of another. So based on a life of another, again, pure entre vie, Latin. Why would somebody want to do that? Based on someone else's life.
If Leslie said that maybe I did not have the money or the knowledge she had in a partnership, usually it's balance.
I've seen it. Okay, that's an excellent question. I'm sure there's a lot of reasons, but the only time I've ever seen a pure entre vie was when it was a second marriage situation, and the husband had his own sets of kids, but the wife's child was the one that maintained and took care of her, like physically, and all her needs, like a nurse. And they both got a life estate, but it was based on the wife's death. And so when the wife died, the daughter and the mother, well, the mother's gone, but the daughter had to move out because he wanted his original biological children to end up with the property. Does that make sense? Yeah. You guys got that? Okay. So that's the only time I've seen it, but I'm sure there's other reasons too. Okay. Again, life estate, you have two types. You have the remainder man where it goes to another person, or it can be reversionary where it's going to go back to Talisha. You also have real estate held in trust. And this is, you're holding real estate on behalf of another. Your homestead rights. This protects you. This is for the residence that you live in, your primary residence. It's going to protect the equity in your house from unsecured creditors. Okay, so it protects your house. All right, that's it. Why don't we take 10 minutes and then we'll move on to the next one.
Tasha.
I'm here. I'm coming. I'm here. Yes, ma'am.
You say your name Tasha?
It is Tarsha.
Okay. Okay.
Yes.
I didn't know if it was correct there or not. Anyway, I sent you a chat.
Okay.
Okay.
Let me put on my glasses.
I'm sorry. Anyway, it's nothing important. I was just seeing if you were okay, because I noticed you were like, I don't know. Anyway, it's just my opinion. And then if you got any questions, you can keep in touch with me. I'll give you my phone number if you want.
Okay, sounds great. Actually, my child woke up and he was kind of trying to talk to me.
Aw.
So I was
How
trying
old's your
to.
child?
He just turned 13, so you know.
Oh,
Yeah. So
yeah. Been there, done that with 2 girls. Mine are
yeah.
23 and 26 this August.
Wow. Cool.
Yeah. Where are you from?
I'm from Grenada, Mississippi.
Where is that?
North Mississippi is right between Jackson and Memphis if you're traveling north
Okay.
on
Okay.
55. Yes.
So you're a ways away from Biloxi, huh?
Right.
Yeah, I'm in Waveland. I'm not too far. I'm about
Oh.
42 minutes from the school. So,
Oh, cool.
but I got used to this. The first day I went over there, and then Leslie decided to do it all online because it was April 6th, so it was in the midst of COVID.
Mhm.
And there was only 3 students. And anyway, and it was fun doing it online.
Okay.
So,
Well, this is just convenient for me, so I wouldn't have to make that long 3.5-hour drive.
right. I know.
Yeah.
Anyway, but if you see anything that you wanted me to elaborate on, if I learned, I'll tell you.
Okay. Sounds
Yeah.
great.
Yeah. Anyway, I'm always ready to help somebody.
Oh, thank you so much.
Oh, you're welcome, and good luck.
All right. Thank you. You too.
All right. Thank you.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, I just kept finding jobs. I can't have, it's like, I'm trying to do Louisiana, but no one qualifies to teach there but me in local school, because you have to have like 8 years. Whatever. I'm in Memphis. I have a whole book. I got approved and everything for Memphis, Tennessee. I have no one that will go there. And I know Jim, he was and he was telling me well, let me just wait, because I'm gonna be throwing all my money out the window. I might as well just wait and then do it, right? There is never an Oh, she was nothing compared to what they used to have over there. Oh my God, yeah. They must have their paperwork all the time. We're dealing with, they lost the paperwork and stuff. They charged me the license was on. We had records that was like 3 months ago. Yeah, Jim has to send her. Matter of fact, it got to the point where I just had to call the guy. What's the director over? Robert Tracy. Robert, yeah. Because right now, that's just going to be does that roll over into your broker too? That's what I don't know. That's what I want to ask her. And I called them on my break, but they were like, oh, just she's the only one who has it. But she's not actually. So I'm gonna send her an email and call back.
So you instructed me. I had no idea. I saw your name tag.
Commercial and commercial space. Interesting, different fields you go into.
You guys, if you feel compelled to do something, I have a Google Classroom set up with just some flashcards and games and stuff. There's the code to get in. You'd have to have a Google account to get into it. It's not mandatory, it's just some people like to start getting ahead with some stuff. It's up to you, what you want to do. Oh, you're good.
Leslie, where's the code located?
Okay,
I can't see it.
Yeah, well, that's right. Hold on, I'm gonna grab it. Okay. Can you write it down if I give it to you?
Yes.
Okay, these are all small letters, okay? It's W, 5, M, T, 5, times 2.
Times 2?
Yeah.
Okay.
You know what that T, I don't know if it's a T or a plus sign.
Okay, I'll try both.
It looks like a T to me, but it might not be.
Okay, I'll try it.
So try it both ways.
Okay, so that's W5M TX2?
No, T5X2.
T5X2. Okay.
But
All
it might
right.
be a plus sign, so.
Okay.
It doesn't work.
Great, thanks.
You're welcome. That's if you want to go online. If you want to go online, that's Google Classroom. Yeah. Well, my boy, this is just the cue cards and stuff, but they could, and the games and stuff. You know, I'm putting them online Friday for that other stuff. Oh. Well, you're online, aren't you? You're online already? Gotta get you online. I thought you were already online though. The Go Ready Online? Okay, Friday, I'll put you guys all online at our website, so you'll have the full online course as well, and that will remain active for 6 months for you guys. And also, if you don't feel like you're ready to take the test, come on back. You know, you have 6 months for free to come back. All right, and even if it's after that, you get like a huge discount. I think we just charge you for the books or whatever at that point. All right. But sometimes they change, and you guys, these books, I'm the publisher of this book, and so when we do have changes, I put the changes in and then just like put in a new manuscript and have it ready in a couple weeks. So it changes with everything. Huh? There will be. Is there a place to go to get your slideshow? Yes, there will be. Okay, I'll give you that on Friday. Okay. There's a section online though that is a video recording of me talking and walking through the slide set before I got better at doing slides that runs you through the whole course, but it goes with a different book. And I tried to take it down and everyone yelled, said, put it back up, even though it doesn't go with the book, it still follows the outline. And people really liked it. So it's up there, but there's a note saying this is getting replaced because they're getting a lot of the live streams are taking the place, but people told me to keep it up there. So we don't have a book that it goes with, but people really liked it. So I kept it up. Yeah, you can stream it. Yeah, that on Friday. All right, but just, I had to put it back up. I had so many people screaming. Yeah, so, but we don't have the book with it, but it's the same stuff. Yeah, that's, all right. We got it. You got it. You guys can live stream it wherever you Bluetooth, whatever, to anything. Okay, so try to give you your money's worth here. Oh, are you? All right. All right. This is your job.
Where's that, baby? Give it to me. Give it to me.
I keep losing it. All right, guys. We are finally on chapter 2. Congratulations. Woo. No one, yeah, thank you for that. On the test, Stephanie's saying 4 hours is a long time. It's 4.5 hours. No one has ever run out of time. Yeah, you're not going to run out of time. And you guys, when you get in there, they're going to be running the clock on your screen, so don't look at it. All right? You guys, they're messing. I swear to God, they're messing with you the whole time. All right? And they do have a camera looking at you. Yeah, you're serious. It's computer. Let's talk about the test. All right, because these are such great questions. I want to talk about the test and what's going to happen. Guys, ready? I want to talk about what's going to happen when you take the exam. All right, can you get out your PSI student candidate? Okay, applying for your license. Do you guys all have your applications? Please start filling out your applications because you're going to need to get some signatures. And your application has 3 questions on the test. All right, so you need to read it. And don't forget to read your PSI handout. Okay, on your PSI handout, it's going to give you, I'm sorry, I'm like grabbing it here. Oh, there, let me see. Okay, on page 3, they're going to give you the address. Your exam is going to cost $75 for the 2 of them. All right, but you pay them. You can call up and register. You can go online and register. As soon as you get approved, the Mississippi Real Estate Commission is going to send your social security number and name to the PSI testing company. And if it's there, you can go online and register online and look at all the dates that are available, and then pay with credit card if you want to. They still have fax. You can mail a check if you want to. Retaking. Okay, you're going to be taking 2 exams. You're taking the state, which is 40 questions, and you're taking a national, which is 80 questions. If you go in there and pass the state exam and you reschedule, you only have to take the national. You don't have to take them both. If you, after 2 tries, do not pass the state exam, they don't let you retest for 3 months. So you have 2 tries at the state, right? I know we're going over the national now, but the national is the foundation for the state. That's why we do that, okay? But the state is Mississippi license law is what that's based on, okay? Mississippi license law.
Question. So say somebody fails the test.
You do have to repay. Every time you take the test, you have to repay whether you're taking 1 test or 2 tests. Thank you. That was an excellent question.
So if you only fail the state, and you have to go back and do the state, you don't have to do the national again, or you have to go back and do the
Nope, you don't. If you fail the state twice and they make you wait, then you have to take them both again.
So you want to just, if you fail, you just want to make sure you do it right.
That's right. That's right. So the state, and the state takes a very short period of time to go over when we do go over it. But that's the one I also want you to focus on at home. Because once you pass that state, you can go back every other day and take the national. All right? So you can take the national as many times as you can within your 60 days. All right? And I got to tell you, this one person I know, she went back like every other day. She totally passed the state and then just had to keep going back and back and back and back 7 times. All right. She had to pay for it every time. But she's one of the best brokers I know. She can't pass the test, but she's really good at real estate. Yeah, they have nothing in common. That's what I'm saying. Don't think this test is going to be an indication of how you do. It's not at all. All right. So schedule right away, but that's your state. Okay. Once you pass the final in here, which you will, because this is my final. Everybody gets it. Everybody has to get at least a 90 on it. But if you don't get to 90 on your first try, your penalty is taking it again. So basically, I hold you hostage until you pass it. You guys good with that? You can't fail. I'm not giving up on you. So we're gonna, I don't care how many times you have to take it, we're gonna get you there. Because if you're there, I'm pretty confident that you're gonna pass. All right, some of you are gonna be out right away, some of you are not gonna be out right away. Okay, remember, everybody takes their test differently. You know, when I went with Jim, I was like in and out in an hour and a half. He was there for like the whole 4.5 hours. Oh, and I was a smoker at the time. I was like in the parking lot going, that son of a bitch. I'm gonna kill him. He had the car keys, my cigarettes were in there. I kept looking at him. I yelled at him all the way home. I was like chain smoking. Took you forever. then he had to come back and tell me he got 100. Horrible. All right. So, anyways, all right. Once you get your diploma in here, you're going to attach it to your application. You need 2 pictures on the application. Glenn is a notary, and he will take your pictures for you as well. Glenn, do you want to come in and talk? Was that a yes or a no? Anyways, he'll talk to you about that. Oh, here he is. 4.5 hours, yes.
Yeah, y'all, on your application, there's a part that needs to be notarized by your signature on the application, and there's 2 photos that's required. One final photo and one profile. We do here, if you want it to be done here. There's 4 options. Notary is $5. Anywhere else like Walgreens and Walmart, I think leave a little in your application. If you want to do it sometime between, I'd say the first part of next week.
Yeah.
If you want to get that done.
Sure. Sure. So.
Anything you need, I'm here to help.
Yep, he is. All right. You just right over the little foam things up there. Okay.
Here in the box.
Where's my thing?
Thank you.
Oh, good. That's good. Thank you. Okay, so once you pass your exam, you're going to staple your application. You're going to have your pictures. Don't forget your signatures of the people that you need. You can't have relatives sign 2 parts. So look on your page, your first page of your application, if you have it with you. Line 4 of your application says employing broker. Who's going to employ you? Who's going to give you a job? You can leave that blank. All right? You don't have to fill that in. Once you pass the exam, you have 10 days to find a broker. And what's going to happen is once you pass the exam, the Mississippi Real Estate Commission is going to send you a piece of paper that you're going to bring to the broker that you chose. And then they'll just fill it out and send it in for you. All right, so you have 10 days. If you have bankruptcy, we need your discharge papers from the county that it was filed in. If you have a criminal record, you're good to go, just as long as you didn't murder somebody or rape somebody or do armed robbery. All right, but if you have something, it's okay. All right, just write a letter and explain what happened. All right, they're very forgiving. They get it. All right, so don't. Here's the problem. If you don't put whatever it is down, even if you were 5 years old, they're going to find it. And then you won't get a license. Make sense? So no matter how, even if it was a sponge because you were a minor, put it down. All right, so you're going to send in, fill that out. Then you have to have it notarized on the next page. You need the name of 3 business people, meaning they have to have a job, they're working somewhere. And you have to have 3 homeowners. And they can't be the same people as the first 3. All right, guys good? If you do have a broker already, you're gonna have to bring this form to them and they're gonna have to have it notarized a second time. Okay? So fill it out the best you can. Glenn will check it. If you go do his thing, he'll look it over for you, make sure you have it right. Cause that's the worst is having it sent back to you. Then you're gonna be put off like another month and a half. All right? Sure. Question.
So Gardner Realty, gave me a scholarship. So
Yeah.
that broker would have to
Sign it, right.
And then get a second over.
Yeah, excellent, thank you. What Demi is saying, she got a scholarship, and so she's gonna bring that from here to her broker, and they're gonna notarize it and sign it, 'cause it's a separate page where they're gonna sign it. And congratulations. That's really cool. All right, you're gonna mail that in, and they're gonna mail you back, once they approve you, they're gonna mail you back a letter with the information about the PSI testing company, and they'll say you're cleared to take the exam, but they're also going to send you a fingerprint card. You have to get your fingerprints done. Did you get yours done?
I
Okay.
went to Harrison County.
Okay. You have to get your fingerprints done. They run an FBI check. All right, they are going to run an FBI check. And I only saw one person, you're not going to believe it, whose license, after they ran it, they took his license. Do you remember John? Guy was 78 years old. Yeah, he passed away just recently too, because they found stuff that he did when he was in his 20s, and he was like a wild child. And they, I know. Yeah, that old guy.
Put it down.
It was freaked me out. I couldn't believe it. I was like, what? All right. So put it down. Put it down. Just explain it. All right. So the thing, you can take the test, schedule your exam as quick as you can because you don't want the information burning out. If you can't take the exam before I have a next class, come on back. Who's testing? Who's sitting in here for a second time? I got to tell you, if I was taking this test right now, oh, it's you. Yeah, but have you scheduled your exam?
No, not yet.
Not yet. I would schedule it for like next Thursday.
I'll figure it out.
Yeah, so take it right after if you're coming back a second time, right? Or schedule it really close to the second class. Then you'll be, again, all fresh and stuff. If you can't take it right away. All right, that's really smart. You're really smart. Well, you knew that. Okay. So then you're going to schedule the exam, and then you're going to pick your location. You can go to Metairie, Mobile, Jackson, Memphis. Okay, PSI is a national testing company. They do tests for all sorts of things. They do contractor exams, nail salon, hair people, nursing. They do everybody just about. Okay, it's the largest testing company. So you're not going to be in there with all real estate people. You're going to be in there with a bunch of people. Okay. You cannot wear 2 layers like that. All right. They're going to make you take, if you have a sweater on, they're going to make you take it off. No, the guys have come back and had to take it in their t-shirts because they said 2 levels. So you can't have 2 levels. Okay. No 2 levels of clothing. They. You can bring a calculator, but it has to be a quiet calculator with no memory, and it has to be the real, like the $5 calculator. All right. No cell phones. No cell phones. They sent a student home because she got dropped off, and she wouldn't leave her new iPhone with that guy. And they sent her home and said, you're gonna have to reschedule, and that's counted as a fail.
So I went to the Mobile location, and they had it where you stripped of the stuff that you can have in the testing room, and they'll put it in a little bag and make you lock it up before you're even allowed to go into the.
Yeah.
Into the room.
Sure. Did they check your calculator?
I didn't bring the calculator.
They provided us.
They provided you one?
Yeah, they did give me one too.
Okay. I brought one. He was like inspecting it. I had long sleeves on. I had to roll up my sleeves to show him that, and the bottom of my sneakers. No. Yeah, I know, flip flops. Yeah, so That's what, that's what you're gonna have going in there. If you get cold easily, wear a sweater. I know I wore like a half sweater, sweatshirt type thing as one layer because I get cold all the time. And if you're allergic to perfume, I hope you don't get the beauty queens because they stink. And seriously, I was choking through that whole test because that perfume was everywhere. All right, so if you might get contractors, and contractors have an open book exam, and you're going to hear books continually hitting the floor because they're going to look at one and throw it down, look at another one, throw it down. You're going to hear them shuffling through papers. All right, so we don't know what you're going to walk into. We've had somebody jackhammering on the outside. So they give you earplugs. They give you earplugs. You can't take your own. You have to use theirs. My suggestion is to get used to noise around you. All right, don't be hyper focused. Yeah, practice with your kids around.
Are you allowed to wear glasses now?
I wore these. Yeah, you have to see.
Yeah.
No cell phones, no Bluetooth, anything, no nothing like that. Yeah.
I know Holly said somebody had like Google glasses.
Oh, really?
I don't know. She was telling us where they in the side of them.
Yeah, they check. I mean, because the Google glasses and stuff. Oh, you can just look at something and it'll tell you the answer. Say, oh, Wikipedia says. You didn't know? You guys, it's scary. It also has face recognition. So you could be walking down the street and they'll give you the name of everybody you're walking by. Isn't that scary? All right. So anyways, so be prepared for that. Once you go in there, they're going to have you sit down. They're going to take your picture and they're going to say you're here for this. And they're going to, you need 2 forms of ID. One has to be a picture. He's going to compare your ID to your face. All right. So they definitely check that. One has to have a picture. One just has to be, it could be whatever you have. Another second, a credit card. Just make sure the finder will make you go up and sign it. Okay. Then they'll say, okay, go sit on booth number 4 or 3 or 2 or whatever it is. And it's the type of booths that have 2 sides and a back like that, right? So you'll slide in, there'll be a computer there. So you can't see anybody on either side or in the front. There's cameras up front, cameras behind you. Some people have cameras in the computer running at the same time. So I don't know what you're gonna walk into, okay? And it will say, you are welcome, you're here to take the Mississippi real estate exam. Press enter when you're ready. And then when you press enter, it's going to ask you the most bizarre questions. What's the most southern state in the United States? What's the most, no, wrong. Okay. Well, here, actually, you're onto something here. Okay. You might want to tell them about that when I'm done. Okay, then they're going to ask you like 5 or 6, like what's the most northeast state? What's the most this? How many counties in the United States? What's the average population? Blah, blah, blah. Things that you don't need to know in real estate. I'm told that they're testing to see if you know how to maneuver the computer. Would you like to explain?
Okay, so
Here, this is.
I might have sound in my teeth. Hold on, I got this. Okay. Oh, you crazy. Okay. Like I'm on American Idol. And they are realtor. Okay, seriously, all jokes aside.
Is that on? Okay. Can you hear her?
Hear me?
No. Can you hear me?
Yeah. And here.
So yes, she gave us a bill, and of course I trust her, right? Went to take the test, and I already knew. I just didn't feel okay. So it is said what she just said about testing. I mean, like that is supposed to just make sure you can operate the computer. But when they asked me things like those questions she was saying, or how many, stars are on the flag, or the color,
They do ask that.
Yeah, like I just didn't I didn't feel in good faith. I didn't feel right not answering them right. But it has been said that the more you get right, the harder the test is. Well, yeah. There was also a joke about a realtor coming back here, and it wasn't me, saying, I went to take the salesperson exam and I got the broker's test, and everyone laughed. Well, I wasn't that person, but my test was hard, but I answered all 10 of those correct because I just felt like I was, I don't know, cheating myself so it's worth a shot because I know my test was super tough. It was super
super tough. And yeah, I might try to, consider doing it myself this time. Seriously. So just,
The theory
doesn't make
is,
you a bad person. It might make you smart to not, just don't worry about your conscience and not going. Yeah, but no, my test, seriously, and anyone I asked about their test, like mine seemed like it was closest to the like I come back and talk. Okay, so she's telling the truth.
yeah, the theory is, and you're in school, if somebody gets a wrong question, like, easy one next time. All right, so.
I already do that. They step it down and they get it right, and they keep going to the next level.
Yep.
But it sounds silly,
Yeah.
but it really, I mean.
That's right. So the theory is, if you answer those questions wrong, the theory is they keep the level low, like what you're saying.
Yeah, because the kids, if they don't understand it, they want to keep the kids right where they are. But if they understand it, then they're going to keep them challenged.
Like placement tests.
Yeah.
I think that's one I ready for the summer.
All right.
That ends next week.
Okay.
All right, so that's the theory. The theory is if you get them all wrong, does it make sense to you as an instructor? Okay, they don't count them.
Okay, well, they don't count them.
They don't count them. Those first questions. Yeah? Right. There's 5,000 questions, I've been told. And there's some questions that go together. So if you get one of those, you're going to get 2 of them. On the broker's exam, you guys are going to have 3 questions that have more than 4 answers. And you're going to have, this is not you, but the brokers are going to have it where you have 6 possible answers. 3 are right, but at different point levels. See that? Like one will be 4 points, one will be 3 points, one will be 2 points, and they start taking away. Instead of 1 point, they'll take away 2 points. So again, see the difference in the broker exam? Same material. You know how hard that can be? No, it's good. What's the thing about coming back and getting your broker's exam? Mississippi only makes you wait 1 year of an active license. You have, no, you don't. You don't. Okay, thank you. She's asking if you have to come back and take the broker's exam. No, you don't. You could say a salesperson, and I have some phenomenal realtors that are salespeople and they have no desire to become a broker, and that's okay too. Yeah, there you go. You don't have to come back and get the brokers, but I got my broker's license, so I didn't have to pay anybody else. Right? I didn't want to pay anybody because for 1 year minimum, you have to go work for someone else. You have to work for a broker if you're a salesperson, and they're going to take a cut of everything you earn. Right. When I became a broker, my income doubled. Like that first year. All right.
So the advantages are you pay, and what else?
Knowledge. Money was my big factor.
And then what's the disadvantages?
No, I don't think there is. A lot of, she's asking what is the liability on being a broker? What's the downside of being a broker? I have never seen a downside to being a broker.
Okay, thank you.
I'm taking a liability for it? No, your agent is liable for anything they do wrong, but your broker is also held liable for not training you correctly. So first year agents are dangerous. Are you? Looking back at your first year? Looking back your first year?
Yeah. Not dangerous because you, Glenn, and Jim, every time I was like confused or something, I'm like, hey guys, so I don't want to fuck up something. Seriously.
But a lot of times you guys are going to be micromanaged your first year because if you get in trouble, they get in trouble. Okay, which is understandable. Okay, which is understandable. Being a broker, I freaking phenomenal. My income doubled my first year when I went to broker, right? Just literally doubled. Yeah, because Yeah, you're not gonna be paying someone else to be under them. Okay, all right, so that's the deal with that. All right, so you're gonna go in, you're gonna get those questions. What do the stripes in the American flag mean? What do the stars mean? Whatever, I got them all right, because I didn't know and either. Yeah, just act stupid. What flag? All right, so anyway, when you're done with the state exam, they're gonna ask you 3 times if you're completed. If you missed an answer, they're not gonna let you get out. They're gonna say, there, you missed this one, go back and answer that or you can't leave. So don't worry about missing anything. You can mark them if you want to. I'm not a marker. You know, you said you guys were both markers. I didn't mark, I just, well, there's one if I might not get right. So when you're done, please don't go back and change all the correct answers to wrong answers. People who take the state exam, it's often that they come in here and say that it took them like 40 minutes and they were done, or 30 minutes. Was the state?
The state was like,
Yeah.
actually, the book, the state book that you guys give, all of that information was on the test. All of it.
Yeah.
So that one is, again, taking the initiative and, like she said, going home and spending some extra time on the state portion. I flew through the state. It was the national.
You guys are going to get the same exact state test you got the first time.
Oh, really?
Yeah, bonus.
Okay.
Okay, so you can have a break between state and national. You can get up and go anytime you want, whatever you need to do. They're also going to give you a piece of paper and a pencil, and you have to put your name on it, okay, for notes or whatever you need to do. All right, and I always do that, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 36 things. They're always going to ask you what direction. Okay, and then when you do the national again, when you're done with that, they're going to ask you 3 times, are you done with the national exam? And then you're going to have to type in the word yes. And then after that calculates, they're going to give you questions. How was the facility? Was it clean? Was it too hot? Was it too cold? Was it this? How was the proctor? That da 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 da. And then out of nowhere, it's going to say pass, pass, or fail, pass, or pass, fail. It tells you right then. All right, so you'll know before you leave. All right. Please don't cry on the guy's shoulder. And please, he said, stop. Please tell them to stop hugging me. Did you hug him?
No.
Did you hug him? Yeah, the guy in Mobile doesn't want to be hugged anymore. All right, so, and then that's it. And then the paperwork gets sent to the Mississippi Real Estate Commission, and if you had a broker on there, they'll be shipped your license. If you don't have a broker, the Mississippi Real Estate Commission is going to send you a congratulations letter. Take this form to whoever you pick as your broker. And then you just take it there and they'll fill it out and send it in for you. And that's it. Will I what? A list of brokers? I can't do that. I can't refer brokers to anybody. Jim and I don't. Jim and Glenn's brokerage, and they do not recruit. We suck with first-year agents, right? Okay, so we don't. So don't even look at us. No. Okay, just no. All right. All right. But you guys are lucky. Mississippi, you guys, so many nice brokers here, and just even as a group, you guys are nice people. Mississippians are super nice people. Where you got so many good brokers to choose from here. All right, it's very rare that I hear a broker being a horrible human being. I mean, there's maybe 2 in the state. That's really unusual. So you'll be good wherever you go. Most of them, especially if they came out of this school, if you decide you don't fit, because you guys, you're gonna have to think, what do I need in a brokerage? Do I need training? Do I need sales training? Do I need paperwork training? Do I want a mentor? Do I want classes? Do I want this? Do I want that? So here's your homework. I want you guys to sit down and make a list of the things you need from your first year broker.
For you and your personality, and you, what she said is that you are choosing them. It's not them choosing you.
That's right.
You're choosing who's right for you.
You're choosing them. You're choosing them. You interview them. Okay, you're in high demand. All right, so what I also want you to do is after tonight, after you figure out a list of the things that you need from your first year brokerage, because think about it, that's your foundation of your entire career. What you learn that first year, you pretty much are going to stick with, whether it's good or bad, for a long time probably. All right, so now after you put your list down, I want you to look up or Google questions to ask a broker. And tomorrow morning, before we start, we'll go over questions on what to ask them when you're interviewing them. All right? Questions to ask. We'll get you a little bit ready there.
One thing my broker told me before he gave me my scholarship, I don't know if anybody's in here, retail or like restaurant. Any of those sales experience is phenomenal in the real estate.
Could you please speak up?
Yeah. So my broker told me if you were in retail, restaurant, any of the above with not community service, with customer service, then you do phenomenal in real estate because it's almost basically the same thing, just houses and not food and clothes. So that's a big thing.
Want to give me any other advice that your broker said, or?
That's really it. But he was just saying basically that selling houses is phenomenal.
That's right.
Especially if you have that sales experience from restaurants, retail.
You guys, it's a sales job.
That's what my person said. I sold appliances in AC and parts for 16 years.
Right.
And she's like, she's been on me for 5 years
Salespeople
about
do
it.
really well. Natural salespeople do really well because it's a whole breed of natural super salespeople. They do phenomenal in real estate.
My husband told me not to sell anybody.
It's good. Very cool. Okay, so what to ask a broker, and I need a list of what you guys want from your first year brokerage or broker. And here's the thing, if you go somewhere and you find out that maybe that's not right for you, like I could never go to an office where everybody's a cheerleader. Let's do it. You guys know that look, right? That type. I call them cheerleaders. They're nice people, but I can't do it. I just can't do it. I'm too miserable for them. I need to be around miserable people. So if I ended up in a place like that, I would have to go find another brokerage. Not that I didn't like people, but it's just not for me. Right? And your brokers know each other for the most part, and they're super nice. They will help you get to where you need to go. All right, so don't be afraid of if you find yourself in the wrong place, you need to go somewhere else, because they'll help you get to where you need to go. All right.
Some are just more structured, some are more like, I don't want to have to be in a cubicle every day.
Yeah.
You know,
She doesn't want to be in a cubicle. Some are going to make you. There's all sorts of things, all sorts of ways brokers are. They're all over the place. All right, on the way they do stuff, and commissions and all sorts of stuff. All right. What was that? Google brokers, sure.
interview 50 of them if you want.
Yeah, just do me a favor and interview them a minimum of 3. Interview a minimum of 3 brokers. All right. Okay, and here's the thing too, is if you don't like them, it's going to take 3 days to change. And speaking of 3, here's a well-known fact in the testing world. If you see 3 as a possible answer on your exams, what is it?
Right.
The correct answer on the PSI exam. You guys going to remember that for me?
Repeat that one more time.
On the PSI real estate exam, if you see 3 as a possible answer, that's your answer.
No matter what.
No matter what. All right. But be careful, yeah. But be careful because they're taking 3 years putting it into months. They're taking 3 days and they're putting it into hours because they know you know the 3 trick. All right. And another number is 250,000.
For sure.
Did anybody get the math question with 250,000? Did you? You didn't do it, did you? Yeah, huh?
I don't remember all the answers. I just remember the
3. 250,000. The correct answer.
You're gonna get a question, I think it's letter C with mine, I don't know why.
All right, you guys got that?
250. In the back, you see that somewhere in the back.
Yeah. Hold on. Yep. Hold on. Let me turn the recording off. What? Hold on.
If she told me they're staying in the middle of that road right now, I'd go staying in it. Like, I mean that. If it was gonna give me a real estate deal or give me a test question, but I mean, that's me. You'll see how I am. So I don't know. Yeah, she knows.
You guys getting that online? I can't find my not record button. All right.
Yes.
Okay. All right. So $250,000 is critical in real estate because your what's your bank insured up to the bank? I mean, 250,000. At the $250,000 limit, you need a licensed appraiser to do an FHA loan. And if you live in your house for 2 out of the last 5 years and you're single, you have a capital gains exclusion up to $250,000. So that's why they want you to know that number, $250,000. And we'll get into that. That's when we start talking about the money part of real estate. It's awesome. All right, guys, good? They're 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, your questions will be 1, 2, 3, 4. All right, that's good. All right, why don't you guys take 10 minutes and then we'll come back, okay? Thank you. They haven't come in. I ordered 100 of them. Yeah, but you know, I know, and we did.